Good evening. This is the Cortez City Council regular meeting. Today is Tuesday, September 26, 2023, and the time is 7:30 p.m. I'd like to call this meeting to order and ask you to join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, thank you. Linda, can we have the roll call?
Kiefhofer.
Here.
DeHaven.
Here.
Spruill.
Here.
Rainey.
Here.
Yazzie.
Here.
Dobry.
Here.
Medina.
Here. All right, and then I'll ask for an approval of the agenda. Does any council member like to approve the agenda or make any amendments?
I move that council approve the agenda for September 26, 2023.
Second.
Motion made by DeHaven and seconded by Dobry.
DeHaven.
Aye.
Yazzie.
Aye.
Rainey.
Aye.
Dobry.
Aye.
Kiefhofer.
Aye.
Spruill.
Yes.
Medina.
Aye. All right, we're going to move on to number 2 on our agenda, the consent agenda. The listing under consent agenda is a group of items to be acted on with a single motion and vote. This agenda is designed to expedite the handling of limited routine matters by City Council. Either the public or a council member may request that an item may be removed from the consent agenda at the time prior to council's vote. I ask if a citizen or council member wishes to remove any specific item for discussion. A, approval of the council work session and agenda minutes for September 12, 2023. B, approval of the expenditure lists for September 26, 2023. C, approval of a tavern liquor license renewal for Purple Sage Rib Company and Saloon, LLC, DBA Purple Sage Rib Company, located at 2591 East Main Street, Cortez. D, approval of a special event permit application for Crow Canyon Archaeological Center to host a special event on Thursday, October 12th, 2023, and Friday, October 13th, 2023, from 4 p.m. to 10 p.m. on the premises of the Montezuma County Senior Center Annex, located at 107 North Chestnut Street, Cortez. And E, approval of 3 special event permits for the Good Samaritan Center to host fundraiser events on September 27th, October 25th, November 29th, 2023 at Buffalo Bob's, located at 90 North Mildred Road, Cortez. Would anyone like anything removed for discussion? Or?
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve the consent agenda as presented.
Second.
Motion made by Dobry and seconded by Kiefhofer.
Yazzie.
Aye.
Kiefhofer.
Aye.
Dobry.
Aye.
Spruill.
Yes.
DeHaven.
Aye.
Rainey.
Aye.
Medina.
Aye. Okay, we're moving on to number 3 on our agenda, public participation. There is no limit to the number of speakers, although public comment will be held to an overall time limit of 30 minutes. Speaker have a time limit of 3 minutes per person, may only speak once, and may not cede time to another commenter. And this period is for anything that's not in our public hearing portion of the agenda. So I'd like to invite Colin and John to the podium for public comment. And then just make sure that your mic is green, turned on, and start with your name and address.
Hi, I'm Colin. Address 1032 Main. That's in Durango, 81301.
My name is John Lund, also 1032 Main Avenue, Durango, Colorado. So we're both realtors. We are based in Durango, but we do work in the full area. We're here representing a local group of developers that are looking to do some affordable housing. We're looking at bringing 31 single-family homes to this area, and specifically Cortez. This would be 31 single-family homes that are below the 100% area median income.
So we're here today asking if there's a reason that Cortez has not yet opted in to Proposition 123, because the savings from those grants could pass along to Cortez buyers. As citizens of Colorado, Cortez has to support this, but they aren't able to unlock the funds and use that for local affordable housing unless a commitment of a 3% increase is made.
Yeah, and so a 3% increase for Cortez is just about 10 homes, maybe 11 if we did the math wrong or if there's different numbers used. So just 10 homes by the end of 2024. And even if you don't meet that requirement, those grant funds won't have to be repaid.
Is there anyone the council suggests that we reach out to? An elected official needs to be the person to opt in.
Mayor, if I could just answer on that, I suggest you call our planning department tomorrow. We're very easy to get a hold of, and we can help you with all of that.
Thank you so much.
And Rachel Marchbanks is our director of that department, so
Thank you for your time.
thank you. All right, I'd like to invite Jim Mischke.
James Mischke, 143 East North Street in Cortez. Guess what I'm come to talk about tonight? I'm a noisy guy. So in previous talks, I've attempted to produce a sort of wide panorama of what I understand to be going on in our community and in larger areas in terms of noise ordinance. My second talk was about the health hazards that are very possible and indeed probable in regard to high decibel levels. So tonight I thought I might just hit a little bit of, upon the idea of how to operationalize, how to put into effect some sort of system that would allow us to address and hopefully to remediate the problem that we're facing. What I would suggest is that we think about establishing a baseline. We don't know how much noise is on Main Street. We don't know how much noise is on North Broadway. But it would seem to be advisable to find out. The suggestion has been made to me, well, why don't we just, everybody has a decibel reader in their cell phone, and if anybody makes noise, then you call a police officer, and he'll come and fix it up. I don't think that's going to work. The problem is we would be addressing a dynamic problem with a static remedy. So what to do when we're measuring automobiles and not stationary noise? My suggestion would be that we establish several locations throughout the city at the wisdom of the council and take readings for a period of time to establish indeed what sort of noise exists where, and then to be able to, as a result, devise a plan that's in the service of the community and the community's health. I would like there to be a situation where we have a legal footing for police officers to issue citations for those 30 seconds, for those motorists who have removed or added implements to their motor vehicles in order to create further noise. So with that, I would ask that you stay in contact with the community, let the community know where you're at, let the community know what your plans are, and ask for their help. This is all in the service of the community. Think about our mission statement here in Cortez. Thank you, and a good evening.
All right, thank you, James. All right, anyone else for public comment? Okay, we'll close the public comment section and we'll move on to number 4 on our agenda, presentations. 4A is swearing in Jeremy Patton as an airport director. Jeremy is being promoted after all the great work he's done at our airport, and we're just really, really proud of him. And we're glad to see his family here. Do you want to invite them up for pictures?
I, Jeremy Patton, do hereby promise and affirm that I will support the Constitution of the United States, the Constitution of the State of Colorado, and the Cortez City Charter, ordinances, and resolutions, and that I will faithfully perform the duties of Airport Director to the best of my ability. Huh?
I'll stay up here for a minute.
All right. Who are we doing?
Rachel, so you can take a picture?
Or not moving. All right, we'll move on to 4B on our agenda, the 2023 August financial statements. Kelly Koski, our finance director.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. In your packets this evening, you find the financial statements for August of 2023. Just a couple of items to note. In the general fund, the sales tax revenue for August is included in this report. While the revenue historically has seen increases over the months of August through October, it appears that those increases this year will be minimal. Keeping that in mind, revenues for the 2024 proposed budget have been projected to be flat. As we move over to the golf course, I know Dennis has been really talking up the golf course. I thought, what those numbers really look like. Let's see. So, net income for the golf course, which is income minus your expenses, through August was $106,463. This is a $10,000 increase for the entire prior year. So I'm not sure when the golf course is going to be closing. Of course, that's always weather permitting, but they are far ahead of projections for the year. Also, one smaller item in the city clerk's budget, it looks like they are unusually under budget, and this is because there was money that was budgeted for election expenses that we have not had to expend so far this year. We have some other really excellent and exciting news for the finance department, but I will defer that to the city manager in his report this evening. Are there any questions? Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kelly. All right, we're going to move on to 5 on our agenda, the public hearing section. 5A is a new hotel and restaurant liquor license for El Campestre Mexican restaurant.
Yes, El Campestre. I should be embarrassed. Hi, good evening, Mayor and City Council. Tonight we have a new application for a hotel and restaurant liquor license to be located at 1430 East Main Street in Suite 6. The applicants are in the audience tonight to present their petitions, as well as Chief Knuckles, who will be giving his report, which was included in the packet for your review. We will swear in both parties before they give their testimony. Staff requests that council approve the hotel restaurant liquor license and make sure the specific statute is stated in your motion. So then first we'll swear in Chief Knuckles. Raise your right hand. Do you solemnly swear or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you will give before this council shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth.
I do. Good evening, council and mayor. As usual, I'll read this verbatim for the record. To Cortez City Council, subject, report concerning, excuse me, an investigation of a hotel and restaurant liquor license to be granted to El Campestre Mexican Restaurant LLC. The address is 1430 East Main Street, Suite 6, Cortez, Colorado 81321. I, Vernon Knuckles, has been duly appointed and directed by the Cortez City Council, Montezuma County, and the state of Colorado to investigate the above applicant and to state the official position of the Cortez Police Department. Do report the following. 1. Contacted the City of Cortez Planning and Zoning Office and spoke to Rachel Marchbanks. Rachel indicated that the zoning regulations do allow a hotel and restaurant liquor license as a permitted use according to the Schedule of Land Use Code, Section 3.5A. 2, public notice was given by posting of a proper sign on August 8, 2023 on the property described in the application. A photo of the public notice is attached to this report. Required notice were published in the Journal on September 13, 2023. 3, there is a business that has the same type of liquor license in the immediate area. 4, a poll of the surrounding neighborhoods and businesses within the neighborhoods was taken to obtain an opinion on granting this liquor license as applied for by the applicant. All persons contacted were advised of the time and place of the public hearing and were asked, do you have an opinion on this liquor license being granted? The following are the results of the poll. A, 30 in favor of. B, 6 against. C, 7 no opinion. Number 5, the location complies with the Colorado Liquor Code rules and regulations. The location does not create any known public safety issues or endanger public health. 6, a copy of the report was delivered to the applicant on September 14th, 2023. Signed by me, Vernon Knuckles, Chief of Police, Cortez Police Department. Thank you.
Thanks, Chief.
And then we'll have the applicant come up to the podium.
Great.
Right here. And just raise your right hand. And do you solemnly swear to or affirm under penalty of law that the testimony you give tonight before this council shall be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth? Okay. And then I'd like to introduce, this is Gerardo Rojas and Alejandro Ceballos. I'll talk to you about your work.
So what do you want to say? What do you have to say?
Just introduce yourself and talk to them and tell me about these positions.
Hello everyone, my name is Gerardo Rojas. Me and my partner were opening a new restaurant over here in the Cortez area. That's gonna be on the 1430. It's Main Street, and that's next to Thai restaurant. So we're here to get the liquor license, and we have all these signatures that we collect from the community to get this one. Sorry, I'm not very good talking to a bunch of people like this. I'm kind of like nervous. I'm kind of like, shaking on my body. I don't know exactly what to say or what do you guys want to hear from me, but I'm here to answer any questions that you guys have. Thank you.
Thank you for your time.
Yeah, thank you for being here. Does council have some questions for him? Great. I'm just glad that space won't be empty for long. So, but parking may be a nightmare. All right. Okay, do I need to open this for public comment? Okay, so we'll just open this for the public if they have any comments they'd like to provide. Would anyone in the audience like to speak for or against, or have any comments on this particular item?
Nobody?
All right. Okay, seeing none.
Thank you. Thank
I'll
you.
close
Thank you.
the public comment section. Thank you all for being here, so.
I do have one question. How do you pronounce your restaurant's name?
El Campestre.
El Campestre.
Thank you.
El Campestre.
It's the same for the ranch in Mexico, El Campestre.
Okay.
Go ahead, guys.
Thank you.
All right, do we have a
Free
motion?
margarita.
then,
It's free for every time. Thank you.
Madam Mayor, I'll make a motion that after considering the reasonable requirements of the neighborhood, the desires of the adult inhabitants, the necessity of any restrictions on the license, the good moral character of the applicants, in compliance with all the provisions of Colorado Revised Statutes, Section 44-3-301, City Council approve a new hotel and restaurant liquor license for El Campestre Mexican Restaurant LLC, located at 1430 East Main Street, Cortez.
Second.
Motion made by Yazzie and seconded by Kiefhoffer.
Dobry,
Aye.
Kiefhoffer,
Aye.
DeHaven,
Aye.
Rainey,
Aye.
Yazzie,
Aye.
Spruill,
Yes.
Medina.
Aye. All right, we look forward to trying your food. All right, so we'll move on to 5B on our agenda. 5B is resolution number 24, series 2023, presented by our city planner, Nancy Doswell.
Good evening. This is a request for a new office building on Sligo, North Sligo. The applicants, however, have submitted a letter requesting that you continue the project to October 24th.
Continue.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to continue resolution number 24, series 2023, approving a site development for a new office building on property located at 60 and 72 TBD North Sligo, Cortez, Colorado, in the commercial highway zone. I'd like to make a motion to table that to October 24th.
Second.
Motion made by Dobry and seconded by Yazzie.
Hey, Mayor, just one moment, the city attorney's got a comment.
The correct term would be continue, not
Sorry,
table.
to continue that to October 24th. Thank you.
Second.
Good. Okay, motion made by Dobry and seconded by Yazzie.
Rainey,
Aye.
Spruill,
Yes.
DeHaven,
Yes.
Kiefhoffer,
Aye.
Yazzie,
Aye.
Dobry,
Aye.
Medina.
Aye. Okay, we are on 5C on our agenda, ordinance number 1322, series 2023.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to kind of, before the staff presents their report, kind of update council on a couple of items. One is there was some discussion about whether or not this was spot zoning, and the staff had given a statement in the report that it did not believe that it was spot zoning. I would like to reinforce that concept, and essentially spot zoning occurs when a small parcel is changed to a zone classification that is entirely different than the surrounding property, and that doesn't mean the immediately adjacent properties, it means properties in the area. And one of the things that courts look at to determine whether it is spot zoning is the size of the parcel. So if it's a very small piece of property, it's more likely than not to be considered spot zoning if some of the other factors are present. This parcel, I believe, is about 10 acres, which I think would indicate that it's not spot zoning. Plus, there are a number of industrial parcels in the general vicinity. And so I just wanted to reiterate that in terms of the spot zoning question, I concur with the staff's report on that issue. The other issue that has received a lot of discussion in letters to the editor, the newspaper, editorials, and letters to council is the precedential value of a couple of lawsuits from 1983 and 1984. And I did want to clarify that the first case, which was 83 CV 53, was what they call a Rule 106A4 appeal, but it wasn't an appeal of a city council zoning decision. It was an appeal of a Board of Adjustment decision that had revoked a building permit that was issued by the building official. And the zoning on the property had already been approved by council before any of this activity took place, and nobody objected or appealed the zoning. And so I think it's important to point out that it was a different process. You know, right now there would be no Board of Adjustment involvement. The court in the Rule 106 action upheld the Board of Adjustment's decision to revoke the building permit. The landowner then attempted another lawsuit, which was seeking injunctive relief, claiming that their constitutional rights had been violated, and that case was also dismissed on procedural grounds. And I think it's important to point out that these were state district court cases, and there's no legally binding precedential value in a state district court case. They aren't published, so any order or opinion of a court at the district court level is not published in the official reporters. That occurs at the appellate court level, and then again at the Supreme Court level if the case proceeds to the Supreme Court. Now, that doesn't mean that the council can't consider, if you choose to look at some of the reasoning that the court upheld the revocation of the building permit, because there were issues discussed. Certainly it would be important to point out, though, that in 1983 and 1984, we had a different land use code. The zoning on the property was LM. We don't have that zoning classification, but it was apparently a light zoning, or a light industrial. It was IM, excuse me, not LM, IM, and it was a light industrial zoning. And the proposed use was a concrete batch plant, and they considered that to be a heavy industrial use. And the court concurred that even though the zoning wasn't being appealed, they concurred that the issuance of the building permit was improper because the use that was being proposed by the building for which the permit was requested was not consistent with light industrial. And keep in mind that when zoning is approved, it's not necessarily approved for a specific use. So if somebody gets a rezoning, they can do whatever uses are allowed in that zone district, some of which may require further permitting. But so the IM zoning, and again, I don't have a complete record, but I'm not sure that the applicant actually had stated what they were going to do with the property at the time they had it rezoned. But again, I would emphasize that we had a different comprehensive plan, we had a different land use code, and the two lawsuits related to a Board of Adjustment decision rather than a city council decision on a rezoning. That's all I wanted to say on those. If anybody has questions, I'd be happy to answer them.
I just have a question in terms of process, because we have statements that council members need to make. When should I fit that into this?
Yeah, I would recommend that before you make, you mean certainly that if you have any statements regarding prior involvement or observance of previous hearings and that sort of thing, that now would be an appropriate time. If you have general statements about the evidence and testimony, I would encourage you to wait until all the staff reports, the applicants, and the public have provided their input. And again, I would caution you, if you received additional written testimony and evidence tonight or since you last received your packet, it would certainly be appropriate to take a 5 or 10 minute break so that you can review any additional written evidence that you received this evening or earlier this evening.
Okay, I guess I'd like to invite councils. David?
I just wanted to make everyone aware that I attended a Planning and Zoning Committee meeting on this particular subject quite some time back, and I felt it was my obligation to gather the facts. I did not interact with anyone, or I did not participate. I just viewed the session, and it was a public meeting. It was also streamed. So.
I also want to disclose that I recently purchased a home located on Market Street in Cortez, a few blocks southeast of the subject property. After discussing the matter with the city attorney, I do not believe that my home ownership creates a conflict of interest or otherwise requires me to recuse myself from voting on land use applications related to the subject property.
All right, thank you. We just wanted to be transparent with the audience. Okay, Nancy, we're ready to hear from you.
Okay. This has been a tough project, I think, for everyone. I haven't seen this many concerned and citizens in the room ever, even when we were trying to get them here for projects, so for code amendments. So, as I said, it's been tough. We have a small business owner who's purchased property across the street from their existing business, thinking, perhaps, obviously erroneously, that they could expand the growing business to the same zoning where they're operating now. That's been corrected. We have a large amount of very passionate and concerned residents. I just want to say that I really appreciate everyone keeping those emotions in check and being calmly presenting their concerns to the City Council here tonight. See if I get this going right. And it goes black on me. So the request here tonight is to rezone a 10-acre parcel from C, which is highway commercial, to I, which is industrial. Yep. I guess we're just going to have a black slide in between each one. I'm showing you the vicinity map here. Let's see. Get my pet to work. Of course I can't get the mouse working, but I've got nice stars on this property. The large star is the property in question. The smaller star is the existing business, which is Independent Log Company. Remember that this is a rezoning only. It's hard to separate the proposed use from the proposed rezoning. But tonight we're only talking at this time about the rezoning. So we have to sort of separate our minds from the proposed use to the idea of rezoning that 10-acre parcel to industrial from the existing commercial zoning. Zoomed in here a little bit on the existing parcel. As you can see, it's 10 acres. Previous life, it was a drive-in movie theater. It has been vacant for a number of years. Kind of take you around a little bit of a view of the parcel and the area so we're all on the same page on what it looks like. And darn it, there goes my mouse, my really big mouse. Parcel itself is right located in here. This road here is the trailhead access road to the Carpenter Preserve. Lebanon Road is located right here. And I think what we want to highlight here is this is a nice view that shows you the residences in the area. So up on top of that hill there are the single-family homes along Ridge Drive. I want to take you a few more photos. This was taken from Ridge Drive, so you can see what the property looks like from those homes located on Ridge Drive. And if I didn't state it before, the applicants did establish some of their uses on the property without permission, without approval of any site plans, etc. And in this case, the staff determined that the uses were not allowed in the commercial highway zone, and that if they wanted to do everything they had proposed, they would have to rezone. So that's why we have this proposal in front of us. Again, here's another view from the residences of what the property looks like. I then moved a little bit closer. This was taken from the adjacent commercial property with the metal buildings on it. I'll show you what that looks like in a little bit here. So this is a little closer up of what's proposed. This is where we took that photo from. So this is the existing commercial property on the corner of Lebanon Road and the highway. Across the street, existing commercial business. It's in the commercial zone. Appears to perhaps be non-conforming with the existing zoning, but it's been there a while, so it's okay. This is an existing industrial use in the industrial zone that is taken from Carpenter Access Road, which you can see in the foreground there. The marijuana retail store located kitty corner from the property. And then I wanted to show you a little bit of what Independent Log, where they're operating now, and what it looks like directly across the street. So this is their existing operation, and that's another view of it across the street from the proposed site. So, want to make sure everyone's aware with the rezoning on what you are basing your decision on. This is the rezoning policy declaration in the existing code. I've highlighted that this statement that perhaps I should read, which is for the purpose of establishing and maintaining sound, stable, and desirable development within the city, the rezoning of land is to be discouraged. Rezoning shall only be considered if one or more of the following standards are held to apply to the request. So I think the way I've put it before is rezoning shouldn't be done lightly. Need to consider carefully. The criteria here is, it says one or more, that the land to be zoned was zoned in error, and as presently zoned is inconsistent with the policy and goals of the city's comprehensive plan. It's a little odd that those two statements are in the same sentence because they don't necessarily have to be an and. However, we're going to get to that next. Then the second one is the area for which the rezoning is requested has changed or is changing to such a degree that is in the public interest to encourage a redevelopment of the area. And then the third is that the rezoning is necessary to provide for a land use, which was not anticipated at the time the city's comprehensive plan was adopted, and that the rezoning would be consistent with the comprehensive plan, essentially. Some of that's a little bit redundant. We'll go over next the criteria for consideration, and then I'll give you a little bit more information for which you can base your decision on. So once again, the criteria starts with, was the existing zone for the property adopted in error? Second criteria, has there been a change of character in the area? And it gives you some examples of what that might be. Third, is there a need for the proposed rezoning within the area or community? Fourth, are the proposed uses compatible with the surrounding area or uses? Will there be adverse impacts, and or can any adverse impacts be mitigated? Criteria goes on. Will there be benefits derived by the community or area by granting the proposed rezoning? Are adequate facilities available to serve the development for the type and scope suggested by the proposed zone? Is the proposal in conformance with the policies, intents, and requirements of the Cortez Comprehensive Plan? And then the last criteria is the proposed change, does the proposed change constitute spot zoning? We heard a little bit that from our attorney before the meeting. So let's go over a little bit more of the area and the facts. What we have here, the proposed parcels right in this location here. The gray area is the existing industrial zoning in the city. It's basically all of the existing industrial zoning in the city right now. The reason some of these properties aren't colored are because they're in the unincorporated county, not in the city. Obviously, the green here is the Carpenter Preserve. Red is commercial highway zoning along the highway there, and then our blue here is single-family residential zoning, which is where we started the photos in those single-family homes that are located up on the hill. The light blue is our multifamily zoning. My mouse wasn't working, was it? I've got here an overall view of all the zoning in the city. So if I really don't know why it's so hard. What? It's the light gray. I'm trying to get the pointer to work here. Which I'm supposed to go off the edge and it'll come back, but All right, and then I can't see it on my screen, so the industrial zoning area, Lebanon Road is right here. It's the light gray, okay? Yeah.
Sorry, no comments from the audience until it's your turn to comment, sorry.
The other gray that you can see on there is a plan unit development. It's a hatching.
And for folks who, if it's easier to see the map over here, it's the dark gray at the city limits in the northwest corner of town.
I think we had a question at one point about, because the area is surrounded quite a bit by Montezuma County and incorporated, I've got the Montezuma County zoning on there. Got it up again. I'm going to challenge my skills here. The yellow dashed line is the commercial industrial overlay. This is Lebanon Road right here, with the parcel being right about in here. And if we look at surrounding zoning, it's not immediately adjacent, but surrounding zoning in the area is a mix of about every zone you can imagine, from AR 35, which is agricultural residential, so it's a very low density zone, and all the way up through industrial heavy, which is located, I'm not going to be able to point to it without being able to see on here, but I believe it's right there. Did I get that right, those of you that can see? So a mix of uses in the county, in the surrounding area, all of it, however, within the commercial industrial overlay for the county. I wanted to show a little bit of the site conditions there. It's generally, I've put topographic lines on there and floodplain overlay. There are no actual 100-year floodplain on the property, but it's adjacent in the Carpenter Preserve. There are some 500-year flood areas on there. It is a relatively flat parcel for Cortez. Within the southeast corner there, the beginnings of the steep hillside that climbs up to the single-family homes on Ridge Drive. Well named. Okay, so the comprehensive plan. The 2008 comprehensive plan is the city's most recently adopted comprehensive plan, so it's a bit old. It does not map land uses like many comprehensive plans do. So it doesn't give us any guidance from a map as to where appropriate land uses should be. We're stuck with our zoning and with the policies in the comprehensive plan. The comprehensive plan is a policy document. It's not specific, and clearly without a map, it's not specific to any parcels. I'm going to tell you that there's portions of the comprehensive plan that strongly support this rezoning, and there's portions of the comprehensive plan that don't support it at all. I've pulled out here some of the supporting portions of the comprehensive plan, but I'm going to say from an overall standpoint, the comprehensive plan does support diversifying the economy of Cortez away from tourism-only uses wherever possible, promotes job development, commercial development, and locating industrial uses adjacent to other industrial uses. Also speaks to providing adequate land for commercial and industrial development. I've got those up there. The other thing interesting in there is it does say that once the industrial park has been fully developed, the city will need to evaluate other locations to develop industrial uses. It mentions the areas of the Broadway corridor, maybe, well, I got a typo there, suited for expanded industrial uses. Now, I've had people say, well, the industrial park's not full. I'll tell you that it's rare for a subdivision ever to be completely fully developed. There are a about 4 vacant parcels within the industrial park. 2 of them are owned by the city. So there are not a lot of vacant industrial parcels in the city of Cortez. However, let's go on. There are also portions of the comprehensive plan that would not support locating industrial uses adjacent and nearby to residential uses. So I put some of those in there too. They do speak to adequate buffer areas between industrial areas and non-industrial areas, otherwise promoting a quiet, peaceful residential areas of the city. Well, on all those. The Planning Commission reviewed this project. I guess some of you were there. They failed to come to a recommendation for you. Usually your Planning Commission would have a recommendation. At the Planning Commission meeting, we had 4 members present. They put out several motions, all of which failed on a 2-2 tie. So as you know, a tie vote is a denial of the motion. So we had 1 motion proposed to deny the request. It failed 2-2. We had 1 motion to approve the request. It failed 2-2. So Planning Commission does not have a recommendation for you because of that. We have prepared for you tonight an ordinance to approve the rezoning. You have that in front of you. I've got a suggested motion there that would rezone it from commercial to industrial. We also have for you a motion for denial with findings. So obviously, if you don't approve the ordinance, you are denying their request for rezoning. So with that, are there any questions?
Not yet. Okay, so just in terms for the audience, terms of process, we're going to invite the applicant now to come up and hear from them, and then we'll open the public comment period. And I just ask that we all be respectful tonight, and also we want to make sure that we hear from all of you. So we'll make sure that happens. But please come in. Thank you for being here tonight. And just make sure the mic is on for you, that it's green.
Can you hear me? Good evening. I just wanted to most importantly thank you very much for extending, continuing this meeting. On August 17th, my 88-year-old mother went into the hospital and asked all of her 14 children to come because she probably wasn't going to make it through the night. On Friday, I went there, and my mother still is living, and it is very touch and go, but I do appreciate that you allowed that, and I thank you.
We're glad you got to see her.
Me too. Another thing is there has been a letter in your packet, and we are going to read this out loud because we think it's really important, and it maybe had been overlooked, possibly not, but maybe. So I'm going to read this letter because this really talks about who we are as a company, and this person knows us very well. My name is Charles Michael Simmons, but most people know me as Skip. I have been employed by the U.S. Forest Service for 22 years as a wildland firefighter, a hotshot crew captain, an engine captain, a helicopter manager, a fire operations specialist, a division supervisor, an incident commander. I have been stationed in Northern California, Southern Oregon, Northern Oregon, and Colorado while responding to fires in every western state and most of the rest of the nation as well. I met Anthony Moore, Tony, on the Pine Gulch fire near Grand Junction, Colorado in August of 2020. I was the heavy equipment boss and division supervisor for Tony and his piece of equipment. I immediately was made aware of the level of expertise and professionalism I was working with by the Colorado Type 2 Incident Management Team that was currently in charge of the fire. For the next 21 days, Tony and myself put dozer line in at night with a hotshot crew and other plethora of other equipment and resources, only fulfilling and reinforcing what I had already been told. Tony had his sons with him in his mechanic support truck and services, Tony had his sons with him in his mechanic support truck that services the dozer, and they also helped anyone else that needed mechanic work on the fire line. A BLM engine was put out of commission due to a faulty water pump head, and Tony's sons with the mechanic truck got it swapped out, so we were able to continue suppressing the fire. They did not have to do that, nor did they get extra pay for that. They did it because it needed to be done, and they had their equipment readily available to help. They were soon put on contract with the fire. Tony was also able to get his big red water tender on the fire when we needed it due to its close proximity to the fire. This was invaluable due to the long distance to water sources for the engine. During the 21 days of night shift, we successfully protected hundreds of homes, thanks to the ability to bring water with us as we moved across the landscape, burning out and around homes at night while having ample water. Tony was recognized by the Type 1 Incident Commander with a plaque for his excellence and commitment to service during the Pine Gulch fire. Tony and his company have every piece of equipment needed to suppress the most intense wildfires. Tony has more experience with fire and logging than most companies I have worked with throughout the nation. Usually logging companies stick to the logging as much as possible, as it is more profitable and easier on the equipment. Tony has made a name for himself everywhere I go in Colorado as a firefighter and a logger, not just a logger that helps on fires. The ability to have the resources Tony can bring to the fire as close as possible is a very fortunate situation to be in for every community. Tony's equipment is in excellent working condition, and because of the support vehicles and people he employs, the equipment is always ready to provide a much-needed public service when called to a fire. I am always hopeful Tony and any of his equipment is on the fires I end up on, because I know I will be getting the best available equipment and operators with a high level of expertise to not only suppress the fire, but do it safely and efficiently. Skip Simmons.
Good evening, ma'am and council. I had my wife read that because she's better at reading. But anyways, give you a little back history of me. I was born and raised in Cortez. In 1989, I was 18 years old. I was the track star of this town. Anybody in this audience that knows me. I asked Mr. Bob Archibek to come, but this has gotten so political that a lot of people don't want to get involved. But he said to me, he says, well, do it like you ran track with all your heart and soul. When I was 18 years old, now everybody in this room can picture being 18 years old. How many people are going to be successful at their business and take it to the level that I have? That's not a dream. That's a dig in, work, dedicate yourself, discipline yourself, all kinds of stuff. You know, I met Mary in 1989. She was a big help to me in that whole process. But anyways, I broke every record in this town, in this county, in track, in long distance. I still hold records to this day. You know, that's old history, but what I do today is I go out on fires and I save homes. And that same aggressiveness, I've won medals. I don't think this community is realizing yet, but they're going to in due time, of what we're asking. It's like asking a policeman to not have a police station. It's like asking a fire department to take away Cortez Fire Department. We are a resource that is needed in this community, in this nation. We go out, we've already been on 4 or 5 fires this year. I've won medals, I've put fires out. I build the foresters don't have the dozers and the things, the logging equipment, the feller bunchers and things that we have. They rely on us. So we, you know, when I started getting ready to come back to Cortez, I thought this was gonna be a real simple thing. Would be, you know, this community be bringing us cookies, not fighting us. But in due time, trust me, I ran them tracks, them track runs. I'd get up there and my coach, Mr. Archibald, he'd say, do it with all your heart and soul. And I said, what's the record? I'm not worried about winning the race today. I was confident enough. I was worried about what the record is. I'm not going nowhere. I'm gonna dig in. I'm gonna get this done. It's time. This has been 2.5 years. We get up here and we hear that we haven't been good neighbors. We bought that property in when the COVID was going on. We began to try to, and it was old other city people. We called. They said to us, it's not none of these new people. It was old staff. We talked with the old Cortez manager that is no longer here. 2.5 years ago when we started this process, we've been very patient. So, you know, I've heard a lot of stuff. So we've spent some time. So give me my chart. I'd like my wife to hand the council all a paper, because now we're getting serious about it. We went around and got noise levels all around every spot of the whole Carpenter Trail with equipment running. And so on that chart, the highest noise level that can be read is right there by the highway, right there on it'd be the southeast corner of my property. That drowned it out, the 3 pieces of equipment that I had running on my property. We revved semis up to 1,500 RPMs. That noise level at the highway is 70.3 to 81.2. We aren't even going to impede this neighborhood. The neighborhood lives with the highway all the time. We went up to the neighborhood. When they start, there's so many lawns up there, when they mow their lawns, they're their own worst enemies. They don't need to worry about us. When we're down here on our properties, on my northwest corner, it's only 44 to 43 to 46 to 1. You can look at all them numbers. That's today. As I was running around, I seen over there on Sagebrush Circle, I seen a masticator working, and it's the city masticator. So I ran back home and I got the meter. And even with mastication work, it only, being that there's a little bit of a distance, so he was off down in that ravine, it only was 40.1 and 44.5. And so, you know, everybody can have their concerns, but we're going to put it to bed. We're going to address any of the issues that there's no problem. To deny this is denying a first responder, because when we get dispatched, we need this property for that. There's not enough. When Nancy showed that where our hub is there on Lebanon, there's not enough space there, and I knew that when I bought that. So we spent 8 months. 8 months, that property never did come on the market. My wife spent 8 months talking to Allen's Theater, and being the key thing that he sold that to her was we were going to be first responders, because he already said there's lots of people that wanted that property. We're not going nowhere. This has been a roller coaster. We're here to stay. I'm going to make that. Also, what I proposed in my packet is we're going to do a wildland firefighting academy there. Well, that's just a matter of bringing some engines in. That's not a live fire. That's a mock fire. You bring some fire engines in. I am a level 1 instructor. I've already trained 3 of the Cortez Fire Department guys. I'm more qualified than them guys. They sent 3 of their people over to me, and I trained them. So you have to get a task book when you become a wildland firefighter. So they don't have them quals. They're looking for somebody like me to help them. That day in in our mock training, they got quite a bit of their task book signed off. I'm going to continue to do that in the future. That is our goal, to make a stronger community that can fight these fires, knock them out quick. You know, it's a sad thing when you go to a wildland firefighter and you see 100 homes burn. You don't even own the home, you don't even know the community, but you feel for them. You feel the loss. You leave the fire and you see how sad they are. That's why at a young age, when I engaged in fire, I done it just like what my coach did, do it with all my heart and soul. So that's how I done my business. So so back a little bit more on the, it's not like we've broken any rules. We came here when COVID was here. There was nobody to contact. My wife's been working on this for 2.5 years. When you call up and there's nobody there, what do? We told them, we said, we're moving. We're going to move the stuff. They said, put it there. We'll catch up with you later. We had verbal permission. The city didn't come to us to get us to come to get this rezoned. No, they didn't come knocking on our door. We've been knocking on their door. And we're like, hey, we need to get this chopping. We need to chop. So 2.5 years. That's I'd like the council to make a decision tonight and in our favor. And let's get this moving forward. The other thing that's come up is traffic. Now that property, I looked, so just as we looked up on the screen tonight, there's no other commercial or industrial land, nowhere. And so we spent months. We was planning this 2 years ahead of time. So we've been at this about 4.5 years. So as I drove by there, one unique thing is when I was a kid in 1989, I rode my bike down there and I was watching the movie theater. Cheech and Chong was on the movie. And I was sitting out there and I looked around and I looked over at Mr. Lively's operation. I thought, boy, that'd be cool to have that. Well, that same determination, I own it. And it ain't for sale. And I bought the other piece across the street, and it ain't for sale. And I bought the house there, and it ain't for sale. And I bought the hill, and I'm talking about buying some more. And we're determined. We ain't quitting. We're not giving up. We're gonna move this forward eventually. Anyways, the traffic, one reason that I bought that is because you can come into it numerous ways. You can come in off of it 491, or you can come in off of it on Lebanon. Well, you can hit Lebanon on many streets there. So it's the perfect piece of property. The land adjoining our other property, that's been Lively logging forever. Anybody in this room that's lived here in Cortez, and they're probably going to get up tonight and talk about this, Dwayne Lively, the old man, he started that down there. He had equipment. That whole yard was full of logging equipment, log trucks. So that's for the community that's lived here, that's our history. That's what's been going on. Well, when we bought that, if you look on the map, the little piece of sliver that right there, yeah, you look on that map, if somebody could bring that map in a little bit closer, that little sliver that right across the Lebanon Road is also a piece of that's part of the Allen Theater property. So them two properties adjoin. So when we bought that other property, finally after 8 months, we said, hey, we already have a base here. That's just an overlap. Now, one thing I want to note, no, we haven't went over there and started business. Like, I'm not doing log homes. Has anybody here seen any log homes going up? So no, we're trying to honor the rules, but we've got to have a place to put our stuff. Life still rolls forward. So during the COVID, when nobody was here, what do? They verbally told us, do what you need to do and we'll catch up later. So we've honored every rule. So I'd ask the council, let's put that to bed. Let's move on with the business at hand. And so with that being said, me and Mary are kind of sharing this whole thing tonight, so now I'm going to give it over to her. And thank you, council, and I appreciate it.
I'm just going to take a little bit more of your time. I'm just going to take a little bit more of your time. I know we keep saying that we've been trying to do this for 2.5 years, and the best thing that I did is I built a timeline. And I would like to share this timeline with you, and I'm not going to go over this timeline. It is exhaustive, but it's just an indication at every step of every month of every year how we have trying to engage to get what we're trying to do approved and to be in compliance. So I'm going to hand that to you real quick. You can hand that. That'll work better.
No, I can't.
Oh, you can't. So just to finish up here, I think the most important thing is to hand you that timeline. I have created that, and it best describes our relationship with the City of Cortez and our land use projects. Unfortunately, we arrived during the worst of COVID, and a lot of the city positions were vacant and needing filled. Also, with all of us trying to understand codes and figure out how to approach this has been very challenging. I just want to please enter into the file, and I think you can see we have been trying our hardest to do whatever it may take to be able to use this property for our business and be a good neighbor. We started in May of 2020 and are very hopeful tonight for a final answer of yes. I would not be able to do justice to what Nancy Dosdale has done in explaining the rezone items for consideration. I am hopeful that the council has read through these and has noted the independent log company is a perfect fit for this property. The area, it's just there. It's everything around us is doing exactly what we're asking to do. The ingress and the egress, you can come into this property so many different ways. So concerns of our trucks and our equipment, we can come in multiple areas. We don't just have to come off of 491. When you say to people Lebanon Road, that's kind of a given. Everybody kind of knows that's conditional. That's commercial industrial property. So, that's just kind of a given. And maybe in a futuristic thought, Cortez is ahead of its time and is addressing smart growth before any other city, mixing zoning in neighborhoods. You're at work and it's your lunch break. What a great area and a stress reliever. Go take a walk on the Carpenter Trail. That's called smart growth. Independent Law Company has been willing to do what is needed. Independent Law Company works close with the USD Forest Service in battling this huge problem of dead and dying trees. The Rio Grande Forest, the Santa Fe National Forest, and again here in the San Juan National Forest. These forests have densities of 300 to 400 trees per acre with very low openings. The trees came back so thick, leaving no room to groom our forests, and now that our forests are stressed, and that adds more. With the wild-urban interface, those homes are being built in those areas, and it's just a recipe for disaster. Our San Juan Forest is a recipe for disaster. If you want to look at my comprehensive, just a couple other things. The industrial park was created before the Carpenter Trail was donated in 1993. The Park Mount subdivision, last phase of it was created in the 80s. Residents were aware that there was an industrial area and there was a highway right by there when they built those homes. I addressed the spot zoning. I thought it wasn't spot zoning. Everything I read, same thing that Mr. Coleman had went over with you. It's not spot zoning. And lastly, I want to kind of tell you what we have accomplished. In 2.5 years, we have relocated Independent Law Company after 21 years. Some say just that alone is a titanic event. We finished our homes in Alamosa and put those up for sale, and we started the development of our properties in Cortez. We have purchased 6 city properties. We have fought, in 2023 alone, we fought the Spring Creek fire, the Titan fire, the Grapevine, the Lowline, the Bear Creek, and the Pike Ridge. Just in 2 years, we fought 17 total fires. We have removed 98 dead and dying semi-loads out of the San Juan Forest over by Hay Camp just since June of this year. One thing about Independent Law Company is in all the accusations, the borderline defamation of character, and the mean gestures due to the zoning and this conditional use permit, Independent Law Company has remained professional, stable, and very kind. We appreciate everyone's time and energy put into this effort. We look forward to being a huge asset to Cortez, Colorado. And also, we would like to ask the council, when the public gets up and talks, could we have an opportunity, if there's any other questions or concerns, that we could come back up and address those questions. And again, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you. All right, so we're going to open this up for public comment. As I understand, we've got a sign-up list. So if anyone didn't get on there that wants to comment, go ahead and quickly sign up. Otherwise, we'll start moving through the list. How many, Donna, could you guess how many names are on there? Okay, because I want to make sure that we hear from everybody, but I also want to be cognizant of everyone's time and it getting too late. So just trying to balance that. I think I might limit speakers to 2 minutes per person. Unless, Pat, you have a suggestion?
Excuse me, I was talking to the clerk. What is the question?
I was thinking about limiting commenters to 2 minutes per person, or I could do 3 to match our.
Yeah, it's the chair's discretion. So if there's a large volume of them, it would not be uncommon for the mayor to further restrict the comment time.
Okay, then I'll keep it to 3 minutes. That matches our public participation section. Okay. Thanks for setting that up. Okay, and then just to help folks who are providing public comment, we have visual cues to show when you have 1 minute left, when you have 30 seconds left, and then when your time is up. So that'll just kind of help us move through this. Okay, I'd like to invite Jennifer Singer. All right, and then do folks need to be sworn in or say their name and address? Is this the same as our public?
Yeah, you don't need to swear them in. I would certainly ask for their name, and you don't necessarily need their specific street address, but you can ask, they could identify whether they're residents of Cortez or Montezuma County or some other location.
Okay, yeah, so we do need to know if you're a resident or
okay,
a community member. All right.
My name's Jennifer Singer. I live on the outskirts of Dolores in Montezuma County. Dear Mayor and Cortez City Council members, our group, which would be Great Old Broads for Wilderness Four Corners Broadband, has enjoyed participating in the Carpenter Natural Area Cleanup Day on Earth Day for the past 2 years. Natural areas in the city are enjoyed by visitors and residents alike because of plants, animals, wetlands, peace, and quiet. Residential zoning and industrial zoning do not mix. I live in Montezuma County, where we have several examples to support my claim. Ironwood Mill has giant log and chip piles, creating a fire hazard and public safety issue that could burn the town of Dolores and the homes in between if a fire started. Nearby residents have vehemently objected to noise and light pollution from the mill. Independent Log Company of Cortez is contracted to manage and remove the piles. The county commissioners filed a lawsuit against the mill because of missed deadlines to clean it up. Part of their solution is to burn the piles, needlessly wasting our forest resources and causing more air pollution. The next steps include high-impact and special use permits, and they aren't even meeting current operating responsibilities. Aspen Wallwood in Dolores has a slash pile fire burning deep within for years, which apparently can't be extinguished. Aspen Wood Products in Mancos, as also owned by Dave Sitton, recently appealed to Congressional Representative Lauren Boebert for a bailout to use our tax dollars to support his business and transportation costs. He wants the Forest Service to make year-round logging roads in the San Juan Forest, which Dolores residents have objected to in the past. Amazingly, Aspen Wood Products in Mancos can't use the wood chips from Ironwood Mill in Dolores because of bark contamination. This industry is wasteful for our forest resources, inconsiderate of our residents' health and well-being, and needs to be called out for it. Please don't make the same mistakes that the county commissioners have made over the years. Please don't change the zoning from industrial next to Carpenter Natural Area or allow for conditional use permits. A land swap seems most appropriate for the community. And my sources were a variety of Cortez, the journal articles, and nearly 20 years of living in Montezuma County. So Jennifer Singer, Four Corners Broadband Leader, Great Old Broads for Wilderness. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Bob Varkados.
Bob Varkados. I live in Montezuma County, outskirts of Mancos, Colorado there, down the road off of 160. I actually know these guys. I met them when they first came into town, and they starting their business. They're trying to get some things done. I knew the reason I went by there because I knew the original owners, the Lively's, that they actually came in '73, bought that place in '74. That's when it actually became a logging company. And in that area, the whole place is an industrial park. Why would there be a problem? It's always been a logging company for 49 years. So I kind of don't understand why we're even here arguing about all this, because they haven't changed anything. He bought a piece of property across the way that actually adjoins the property. They've cleaned it up. They've made the place better. They've put money into the town, the city, the county, providing jobs, revenue, taxes. That's what it's all about. That's what you guys are here to help do for this town and community, just like the county commissioners. They do the same thing for the county. You guys do the same thing for the city. Part of your job, not the whole thing. I've known the Lively's for years. Haven't known these guys that long, but they've been good people. They've been good to me. There's only one first responder here, these guys. Why would we not want them here? I know I'm repeating some of the things that were said by them, but it was some of the things that I wanted to bring up as well. I feel safer that they're here. I like my mountains. I want them clean. I want them safe. They help the forest. They help the animals. There's a lot of things that they can do, fire mitigation, all of these things that they can do and will do and have been doing. Saving homes, saving lives. Them guys up on the hill, that's they don't look out their back door. They're looking out the front street. They don't even know they're there half the time. I mean, come on. So, I mean, these guys are, if them guys' house catch on fire, these guys will be there first before the fire department. So they ought to be glad that they're there. You're talking about wood chippings and things like that. How many people burn wood in this town to heat their home? There's wood chippings all in their yard. and Ironwood or whatever these other mills are, these guys aren't the same thing. That's completely different. Has nothing to do with these guys. You know, it doesn't even matter. Let these guys go to work. Thank you for your time. Hope you guys do the right thing.
Thank you.
You know, let these guys go to work.
I'd like to invite April, and I'm sorry, I'm going to butcher everyone's last names. Okay.
My name is April Basan, and I live in Montezuma County. The rezoning of 1050 Lebanon Road from commercial to industrial is incompatible with its proximity to Carpenter Natural Area. Supporting the natural world rather than degrading it with the fallout from industrial activities benefits us in many ways. One is economic and self-serving. Just prior to the pandemic, wildlife watching generated $76 billion in the U.S. and over $2.4 billion in Colorado, along with 13,000 plus jobs. Conventional business concepts such as manufacturing and selling products are not the only way to make money. Then in 2020, the first pandemic year, people flocked in greater numbers to the out of doors to observe the natural world. Online, eBird of Cornell University, which allows bird watchers to document species seen, had a 40% increase in sightings over 2019 pre-pandemic. And not only were more people buying binoculars, bird feeders, bird food, boots, and going outside to nature, but they were participating in their communities, as well as the specific birding community from coast to coast by sharing their observations with neighbors across the fence and others online. The National Audubon Society reports that bird watching alone generated $41 billion in the U.S. in 2017. Again, pre-pandemic, no doubt notably more now. We have a successful long-running Ute Mountain Ute Bird Festival here in May each year, which brings hundreds of participants to Cortez, often generating well over $10,000 directly to the Cortez Cultural Center. Hotels, restaurants, gas stations, supermarkets, and more benefit also. Proof of concept right here in our midst. Yet industrial use directly adjacent to our prized natural area used by the Bird Festival and everyday people throughout the year, of course, would likely negatively impact it, and of course, and most importantly, the birds and other wildlife that depend on the integrity of this place. Carpenter Natural Area is important to our economic security. Please keep 1050 Lebanon Road as commercial zoning with no conditional use permit. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, I'd like to invite Tony Hill up, and then I'm going to say who's going to be next to, just to save time so that they can get ready to go. And then Isaiah Booker is going to be after.
My name's Tony Hill. I live at 27950 County Road M, Dolores. Lived here my whole life. I've known Tony and his family his whole life. We ran around together in school. And this thing has been going on for 2.5 years. I'd have done lost my sense of humor by now, but that tells you the integrity that the man has. He will get this done, whether it's the easy way or the hard way, because when he tells you he's got the grit, he's not blowing smoke. But this Carpenter Trail deal, I rode my motorcycle down that place before it was ever even considered a Carpenter Trail, and it never bothered anybody. The people that lived in the houses on the canyon, there was never bitches and complaints. People rode their bikes down there, rode their motorcycles, four-wheeled. High school, they used to have parties down there. Nobody complained. That was a motorcycle riding trail way before this Carpenter Trail thing even came about. But if you look at that, that was industrial. That whole area has been industrial since I was a kid. Less than an eighth of a mile, there's a place for sale right now that's residential industrial from Tony's shop. I don't know how we're all sitting in here even contemplating why this man can't put his business to work over there. I know there's a common ground that we can all come on and come to let this man get his business back together, but he will get it done one way or another, and I've known Tony and his wife our whole life, and he is probably the hardest working person in this room, and when he tells you that he is probably the #1 wild firefighter in the United States, he's not kidding you. If you don't believe it, look it up. You can go to YouTube and see his credentials. I don't know why the community would not embrace him and want his company in our community, and the jobs that he's going to create, the tax revenue that he's going to bring to the city, which I don't see a whole lot of tax revenue generated from the Carpenter Trail, other than people walking up and down it. Let's get this man's business back together and let him get to work. This is crazy. 2.5 years of him screwing around with this, it's time.
All right, thank you. Inviting Isaiah Booker, and then after him will be Dax Moore. Okay.
Good evening, council members. Thank you for allowing me to be here and voice my support for your independent log company. So my name is Isaiah Booker. I am a resident of Cortez. I've been working at independent log company for a little bit over 3 years. I have experienced firsthand the good that we as a company are able to do. In the time that I have been with the company, we have helped numerous communities fight wildland fires and aided them in fire mitigation. On every fire I have been on, many people know our company because of our commitment to creating healthy and sustainable forests. We strive to make areas less susceptible to burning. As a company, we take pride in our work and the product it leaves for others to enjoy. In all, I wholeheartedly believe that Independent Log Company is an invaluable asset to Cortez and the surrounding communities. Thank you.
Thank you. So inviting Dax, and then after him will be Jill Blumenthal.
Good evening, council members. My name is Dax Moore. I live in Cortez, and I work for Independent Log Company. Firewood would be a huge asset to Cortez. We have a lot of wood for the community, Navajo Nation, the Southern Ute Indian tribe, and their chapels. With our firewood, we are able to help other firewood businesses around us. A lot of people in our community still use wood stoves in our businesses. Since it might be hard for them to go and get the wood themselves. Additionally, I support Independent Log Company and hope that you will vote yes. Thank you for letting me speak tonight on behalf of Independent Log.
Thank you, Dax. I'd like to invite Jill, and then after will be Ryan Moore.
My name is Jill Blumenthal, and I live in Cortez, Colorado. I respectfully request that the City Council vote no on both Ordinance 1322 and Resolution 21. In short, this industrial operation does not belong directly adjacent to a residential area or adjacent to Carpenter Natural Area. There is legal precedent to deny rezoning or conditional use permit based on the '84 decision against Mountain Gravel Company. We heard a little bit more detail about that, but it did set a precedent, and it did set perhaps not a legal precedent, maybe not a legally binding precedent, but the spirit of what happened there is still valid. The landowners surely knew that the commercial zoning status of this land that they purchased, and to rezone this property to simply satisfy their business objective is not maybe legally a definition of spot zoning, but the spirit of it, again, is still basically spot zoning. I guess I would say if it walks like a duck and quacks like a duck, there it is. The residents who live next to this property deserve to live in an appropriately quiet and clean residential neighborhood. They've lived there for years and years and years, and they deserve to continue to have that quality of residential living. The natural environment of Carpenter Natural Area, including the plant life, wildlife, and wetlands, should be protected. And the park-like environment of Carpenter Natural Area, the quiet, the natural beauty, should be preserved for all citizens and visitors and should not be destroyed for the benefit of a few individuals. As far as I can tell, there are scant valid reasons to grant this request. A few local jobs, some clearing of dead wood from forest land, and 2.5 years of hard work by the applicants. I understand that, you know, they're good people. We've heard that they're quality people, good character, and that they're doing a good service in the National Forest. But that does not make it legitimate to put this particular activity in this particular location. We've also heard from a number of people who have lived here for a long time and who believe that that makes it more legitimate that they support the character of the applicants. We moved here in 1999, and when I first visited Cortez in 1990, I really actually didn't like Cortez, and I felt sorry for anyone who had to live here. And 10 years later, we ended up moving here for our jobs. And we raised our kids here. They rode their bikes on the Carpenter Trail. They learned to walk on the Carpenter Trail. And now I'm pushing my mom in a wheelchair on the Carpenter Trail. So those areas matter to lots of people. And I guess I would just say that the city has done a lot to improve the city parks and natural areas, and I would encourage you to continue to preserve the quality of life that they help produce.
Thank you, Joe.
Thank you.
All right, I'd like to invite Ryan Moore, and next we'll have James Rod.
Good evening. Thank you for your time, for allowing me to voice my support for independent law. My name is Ryan Moore. I am employed by Independent Law, and I actually live up in the North Chestnut and Driscoll Street, right above the property that we're talking about. And I have conducted numerous noise tests with multiple things running on that property, and you cannot hear anything over the highway. And I live up on that, in the subdivision up there. But I am in support of Independent Law Company getting zoned industrial with the conditional use permit. I believe it will present many opportunities for my family as well as Cortez and the surrounding areas. Our company believes in supporting local businesses, from vital parts to keep our equipment running to the clothes that we wear. We turn to the services and vendors in the community. A vote for independent law is the right choice for the community. Thank you.
Thank you. So I'd like to invite James Rod, and then afterwards will be Dave Waters.
Hi, my name is James Rod. I go by Randy Rod. Born and raised, third generation of 6 people that's been here. I lived for 8 years on Ridge, which is the street on top of the hill, and Driscoll, where he mentioned. I lived there for 8 years. And Four Corners have been there forever. I never heard any noise. I now actually have a business in the industrial park, and it blew my mind that that was not industrial. I had an opportunity, I build exotic off-road race cars, and had an opportunity to do some type of an urban video in the area. I met with the city manager, I met with chief of police, and went over different things, and part of the land I needed was Tony's land to do this big jump that Pepsi was going to pay us to do. Tony explained to me what was going on, and I'm like, how is this not industrial? You know, the land that comes off of Broadway, that was our original first batch plant that goes up the hill next to those homes. And if you look at it right now, they used to clean the concrete trucks out there. And you can still see a big wall of concrete coming off that wall next to those homes because it was industrial. I knew the livelies that was there, and I go up and down that street every day. Last night I left my business at 10 p.m., and right on the corner of Industrial Road and Lebanon was a family of Fox. And so all those businesses with Target Rentals, the batch company, have not ran those Fox off. And so I went to the planning and zoning, and I tried to listen to hear it fair for everybody that was against it. And they act like this land, like his business is going to be built on top of Carpenter. And it's not. It's not even the closest land to it. And so one day I got very interested, and I have a zip drive if you're interested. I went up there, went up to Driscoll, went up to Ridge, and I walked out where my kids used to go play down in Carpenter. And as I was walking up, I heard something loud, and I looked over, and it was a semi-truck unloading something. Somebody had bought something that they had to have delivered to the semi-truck. When I came around the corner, I couldn't believe they were operating 2 pieces of equipment, and I couldn't hear them. And so I filmed all of it, and I sat there for almost 45 minutes. I even went down Carpenter. Next thing I heard, a lot of the views that's respectful is the view of the area. And so I started looking at everything, and I mean, that whole area is industrial. And then I looked on the edge of their houses, and you wouldn't believe the concrete, the orange ribbon, the barriers that's just laying on top of the hillside behind the homes. That's what they're going to see first if they're looking at their house. And so the whole area, I can't understand how it's not industrial. This is the ad of the property closest to it on Lebanon, and it says vacant land, industrial and commercial. It's less than an eighth mile from his property.
All right, thank you. Inviting Dave Waters, and then Lana Waters will be at next.
Hi, I'm Dave Waters. My wife and I, Lana, actually own an industrial piece of property that borders Carpenter. It actually borders Gear, but Gear is basically part of Carpenter. It's all one big area. We own 35 acres that borders the natural area, and I can tell you that the wildlife there is not afraid of us. The geese nest on top of our asphalt piles. The deer roam through our yard all day long. The raccoons show up at 4 o'clock in the afternoon. The fox come around. We've got tarantulas. We've got everything that doesn't know they're supposed to stay in Carpenter Natural Area. Comes through our yard. They're not afraid. We're not ruining the environment for anybody. We recycle concrete, we recycle asphalt, we run a crusher up there that I've never heard a word about since we went through this same problem 5 or 6 years ago. We encountered a small group of loud people that accused us of going to ruin the whole area. Once we were approved, we haven't heard a word since. Most people don't even know we're there. We run trucks in and out all day long, we crush, we have a construction yard, and we border residential on the entire, the east side of our property. One home actually is in a notch out of our property. Our shop is within 100 feet of a residential home. And that home was just purchased within the last year. And we haven't had a complaint from them yet. So industrial will not ruin the Carpenter Natural Area. There's already 2 entrances into the Carpenter Natural Area that have industrial on both sides of them. So that's 2 out of 3 entrances into Carpenter Natural Area that are bordered on both sides by industrial. Thank you. I appreciate it.
All right, we're going to hear from Lana Waters, and then Rodney Gray will be next.
Good evening, Lana Waters, and I live in Montezuma County. And Dave read my what I was going to say, and he took all my points. So first, I'd like to speak in favor of approving the industrial zoning for Independent Log Company, and I would like to commend them for being a small business. It's not an easy task, and I thank them for choosing to relocate their business into the city of Cortez. Small businesses are vital to any community, and they make our city sustainable. I read through the packets. I read through all the letters, all the documentation regarding this, and there was a lot of letters written regarding the negative impacts that the zoning will have on the wildlife. And as Dave stated, on any given day, you can find any kind of wildlife that you like at our property. We do border Gear Natural Area. That access is actually bordered by not only us, but the city's industrial park as well. And I don't feel that that trailhead has any adverse impacts at all. I read through a lot of the letters in opposition on this issue. A lot of them were very disparaging to the applicants, accusing them of having hazardous waste on the property, which was unfounded, and the applicants were going to have mountains of sawdust, which would create a fire hazard, but when in fact the applicants in their application stated that their sawdust would be blown into a trailer and then disposed of that way. I also would like to thank Ms. Dosdale and the staff. I think that they have done an extensive and thorough job of demonstrating that this is where this belongs, that it can coexist with the residential and the other uses around the property. I just ask that you consider the land use code and the standards that are set forth in this land use code and approve this for application for rezoning. Thank you.
All right, we're going to hear from Rodney Gray, and then I will, next in line will be Terry Paul.
Yeah, my name is Rodney Gray. I live in Montezuma County. I've worked on and off with independent log company for 6-8 years, and they have been very diligent about their works. They keep a clean environment. They don't leave a mess. I've got a picture on my phone in Alamosa of how they kept their yard, and it was very clean and organized and well kept. I do not believe that this will impact the wildlife of that park because I've done a lot of logging and other work in that field. I actually had elk calving at the end of our log deck, and when I showed up to load, I stopped my process until those calves had got out into a clear, safe zone. And I believe that if they can do that in an area that we're working, they can certainly do it in an area that has been commercial for many, many years. I do not believe that this will impact that wildlife park, as some people might think. Like I said before, the deer and the birds, they live right there in the midst of it. I believe it's an okay thing to accept. I believe that he will keep a clean, professional, diligent job site throughout the whole time. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. I'd like to invite Terry Paul, and then we'll hear from last name Leonard. His first name starts with an M. Sorry.
Good evening, Council. I represent the neighbors and friends of Carpenter, and I live in the Montview neighborhood of Cortez. The reasons that the neighbors in 1984 opposed the hot mix plant are the same reasons we oppose the proposed activities today. Dust, noise, fire risk, potential toxics, fumes, impact in the natural area, and unsightly views cannot be mitigated away. The proposed action is not compatible with the neighborhood or the natural area. We are not opposed to this business. We are opposed to the location of this business. We are absolutely opposed to the changing of the zoning of the property next to our neighborhoods to industrial and to allow industrial activities next to people's homes and next to the Carpenter natural area. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, and then after we hear from Ms. Leonard, I'd like to invite Carol Taylor.
My name is Medea Leonard, and I live at 905 Ridge Drive. And I wrote a letter to all the council members, not realizing that I wasn't doing it according to protocol, that I should have sent it to Linda, but anyway. I learned about independent log company activity from neighbors who were concerned about what they were witnessing from their property. I drove to the site and discovered the hill immediately below my property had been excavated. I attended the Planning and Zoning Commission meeting June 6th and voiced my concern about the industry and what impact it would have on my property value, and asked if an engineering survey was done, and I'm assuming that it was. And I've talked to realtors about property values and what it would do, and they said it would definitely have an impact on property values. If the zoning is changed or amended in any way, I feel it would be very detrimental for the residents of Ridge Drive and Carpenter Natural Area. And it would be the same even if a conditional permit were allowed. So I'm asking the Cortez City Council to not approve or allow this industry to proceed and to protect the whole area. And I'm not against independent log company. I think it'd be a great business and they're probably great people. But I just don't believe it should be in our backyard.
All right, inviting Carol Taylor, and then Dave Stam will be after. Okay, never mind, John will be after. John Brozovic? Brozovic, okay. All right, go ahead, Carol.
Hi, I'm Carol Taylor. My husband Cliff Giffen and I have lived at 913 Ridge Drive for 28 years. I want to draw your attention to the final staff report assessment of the applicant's project under City Code criteria D and H. I'm going ahead and reading what I wrote originally. I'm not a lawyer, and I'm a homeowner, and so this is what I'm asking or writing about. Criteria D asks, are the proposed uses compatible with the surrounding area or uses? Will there be adverse impact, and or can any adverse impacts be mitigated? Cliff and I believe that the proposed uses are incompatible with the surrounding area and will cause increased noise. And I live right above the 10 acres, and I do hear noise. I could spend the 3 minutes talking about different parts of that, but I'll go on. Light, pollution, fumes, dust, fire risk, and degraded views, all of which are impactful on our quality of life and on property values. There just is no acceptable way to mitigate these issues. In violation of the city code and without the benefit of a permit and without any consequences, ILC has already graded into the hillside very close to our property line. The proposed uses are incompatible with homes adjacent to the logging property and in the surrounding Mount View neighborhood. The proposed uses are also incompatible with maintaining the serenity and character of the Carpenter Natural Area. And before, since I'm not a lawyer and I don't understand exactly how some things have changed, I'm just going to say that criteria H asks, does the proposed change constitute spot zoning? The city's zoning map clearly shows that no boundary of this property is adjacent to industrial zone property. It's adjacent to Lebanon Road, commercial, residential, and open space, but not to industrial. This shouldn't be a case for spot zoning, or it's clearly a case for spot zoning. I can't read my writing. We agree that the applicant should be able to use the property as bought as a commercial zone, and as long as there are no conditional or special use permits that allow industrial activity. Thank you very much. And I'm all for firefighting and just that whole thing, and thank you again for listening.
Thank you. All right, we'll hear from John, and then up after him will be Deb Silverman.
Yes, good evening. My name is John Berzovich. I live on North Beach Street in Cortez, and I would like to begin by strongly urging all of the Cortez City Council to vote no to a change of zoning from commercial to industrial, as well as to deny any conditional use permit to Independent Log Company at the Lebanon Road site. I have always admired and taken great pride in the forward vision by the city of Cortez in developing and maintaining our extensive, varied, unique, and beautiful system of parks and natural areas, and providing for livable neighborhoods, schools, commercial areas, industrial areas, and those necessary services that make Cortez a safe, and viable and desirable and livable city. Unfortunately now, we take a backward step by giving consideration to zoning changes from commercial to industrial that would accommodate stated or perceived needs solely for the efficiency and convenience of independent log company at the expense of our parks and the livability of our neighborhoods. No doubt independent log company would be a valuable asset to our community, but in an appropriate location. Already the entrance to Carpenter at Lebanon Road has been damaged beyond recognition. Already our neighborhoods are impacted by the unsightly storage of machinery, trucks, piles of logs, 55-gallon drums, burning of waste, dust, and noise. Once in full operation, noise levels alone will negatively impact property values and quality of life for residents that abut the proposed operation, as well as render the western entrance to our beautiful and beloved park system undesirable. I ask that you refer to the informative and inspirational letter by Fred Blackburn describing the efforts to create and preserve Carpenter as part of our national and recreational heritage. I also ask that you refer to the city land use codes that strongly recommends against changes in zoning, and in particular spot zoning, as well as to the city comprehensive plan that states that we act as responsible leaders and responsible citizens to make the city a desirable place for families to live and to work. And finally, I would ask that when you consider your vote tonight, you ask yourselves how you might cast your vote if it was your home or residence that was located on or close to the bluff overlooking the pending industrial site. And thank you.
All right, we're going to hear from Deb Silverman, and then afterwards will be Mike Levy.
Hello, I'm Deb Silverman, and I've been a resident of Cortez for 30 years. The city's comprehensive plan outlines directives for every government official to follow, clearly stating that all government officials are to be proactive in the prevention of problems and promote health and safety, and this is the core values are right up in front of the plan. The first one, accountability, says it all. The second, innovation, says how. Accountability, we the city are responsible for the health and safety of employees and community members. We do our best to prevent problems. We are also responsible for our actions and their consequences. Innovation, we encourage creative solutions to complex problems and to the proactive prevention of impending problems. ILC has already created a huge number of problems. Additional impacts include the degradation of wildlife habitat and air quality, the loss of property value, industrial noise pollution, heavy equipment traffic, a negative effect on the Carpenter natural area, and a diminished quality of life for the neighborhood. There is no mitigation plan offered, and none can exist for both the ongoing harm and adverse effects that will certainly occur in the future, compounding upon what has already occurred. The city is supposed to be proactive in avoiding exactly this type of situation. Something has gone terribly wrong. The benefits of allowing ILC to expand industrial operations into this parcel are minimal, primarily as it benefits one business at the expense of the common good. Since the ILC parcel is located within the Cortez city limits, ILC's land use should be in compliance with the comprehensive plan. If the city still thinks there are benefits to be had, personnel can assist the company in finding an appropriate location for this industrial use, a different place that makes sense. That would be a win-win. A vote by City Council approving rezoning and conditional use would be against the core values of the comprehensive plan. We foresee more problems down the road, problems that may not be easily managed. I'd just like to use my remaining time to recognize Terry Paul for her tireless dedication to our cause. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll hear from Mike Levy, and then afterwards will be Catherine Foster.
Good evening, Mayor, City Council, audience, staff. My name is Mike Levy. I live in the city of Cortez for 33 years. A number of speakers have stepped forward this evening making compelling arguments on this issue. To summarize, those who have expressed concern about the location of the business, we would like to see the council vote no on rezoning this to industrial. A lot of people think that the current logging business is fine, but rezoning this area throws a door wide open to future businesses that would even be less desirable to their residential neighbors, and there would be little, if any, recourse to doing anything about it under an industrial zoning designation. I would like the council to begin a discussion around the possibility of adding this property to the existing natural area and restoring the wetlands that have been filled in. Citizens have stepped up to make a number of things happen in this community, from building trails in the Gear Natural Area to contributing funds to build pickleball courts. Let's see what can be done when we put our heads together on this issue. And another criteria, if the City Council does approve this, these zoning permits and the conditional use permits, mitigation has been introduced. I believe it's including trees along the access road and to the east of the ILC property. And if the permits do move forward and are approved, I would strongly recommend that the City Council enforce this mitigation in terms of preventing sight view from the Carpenter area of the ILC land. Thank you.
Thank you, Mike. We'll hear from Catherine Foster, and then afterwards will be Rick Ryan.
My name is Catherine Foster. I am a resident of Cortez. I am here to advocate for a monitoring plan, irrespective of the difficult decision the City Council has in front of us. Obviously, the juxtaposition of commercial, industrial, natural area, and residential uses creates some real difficulties. What I would advocate for is that there be a systematic plan to monitor noise, not just random people like me wandering around seeing what our smartphones will do. This actually would enable independent logging to perhaps prove that their operation is as quiet as they allege it's going to be. It would also perhaps set the criteria for additional mitigation that could be asked of independent logging. One of the difficulties that I think we have now is that in their application they have a very ambitious business plan of which we have seen only a small fraction. In a similar way, I would advocate that there be monitoring for dust and other pollutants in a systematic way, again to perhaps allow independent logging to document to the community's satisfaction that their land uses are in fact compatible with a natural area in immediate proximity. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll hear from Rick Ryan, and then afterwards will be Paul DeWitt. Dwight?
Good evening. My name is Rick Ryan. I live in a residential neighborhood within the limits of Cortez, the city limits. The following comments are based on what I learned at the previous zoning committee meetings that I attended. The issue, I don't believe the issue is the character of the applicant or what they've done for the community or what they continue to do for the community. The issue is our zoning laws and the effects of an industrial operation. When the independent log company instituted an industrial operation in an existing commercial zone in the city of Cortez, there was a violation of the existing city of Cortez land use code. Should the city council approve the applicant's request for a conditional use permit or approve the request to rezone to industrial, the applicant would, in effect, receive a reward for the wrongdoing. Should a conditional use permit be issued or the rezoning pass, the real impacts or consequences of the wrongdoing would fall upon the residents of the adjoining neighborhood and those citizens who find solace and wellness in the Carpenter natural area. Not issuing a conditional use permit or refusing the request to rezone to industrial is not a vote against industrial development. It is simply the city of Cortez playing by its own rules to protect the health and well-being of all of its citizens. Considering the violation to our current zoning codes, I am trusting our city councilors to make the right decision and not reward the independent log company with a conditional use permit or a change to the current zone. Thank you.
Thank you. And then just for the audience to know, I have about 6 people left on this list. All right, so I'm going to invite Paul up, and then afterwards will be Keaton.
Good evening. My name is Paul DeWitt. I live on Ridge Drive. And let me start with that the accolades of the applicant should be lauded. But that doesn't preclude the following. I'm opposed to approving both rezoning request and the conditional use permit. I would like to reiterate some of the points and provide additional perspective to a letter that I previously submitted to the council, which is in your packet. Industrial zoning and industrial type activities through a conditional use permit are not compatible with residential and open zoning, period. The equipment that the applicants plan to use operate between 3 and 4 times louder than accepted safe levels. The hill does not block sound. Sound does not simply stop when it encounters an obstacle. Diffraction occurs as the change in direction of waves as they pass through an opening or around an obstacle. The ability to hold a conversation around the corner of a building is an example of this. Sitting inside my house in a room located on the street side of the property, noise from 491 is easily heard. The room I chose to make these observations from is within an alleyway type corridor. It is flanked to the northwest and southwest respectively by a wood fence lined with trees and a room with an enclosed cinder block wall patio extending even further. 2 more trees occupy this corridor directly to the west. Highway 491 is over 600 feet away, over twice the distance that is required to notify me of these proposed changes. I wasn't even notified, and it's down the hill. Engine braking, air brakes, and even typical passenger vehicles, which incidentally are 100 times quieter than the equipment the applicants plan to use at the property, are easily heard. Most mornings I hear a rooster. A rooster is relevant, or how is a rooster relevant to permitting industrial activities? Well, roosters are not permitted in Cortez city limits, meaning that this rooster is also down the hill and on the other side of 491, because according to the Code of Ordinances, it is unlawful to have animals that disturb the peace and quiet of the neighborhood. Yet we are considering rezoning or allowing conditional use to allow industrial activities. In conclusion, using the submitted letters as a straw poll, Only 2.7% of the public are in favor of approving this zoning and change. Half of that are only members of the community. This being said, I hope that the City Council chooses to secure for its residents, in the words of the city's own legal documents, a comfortable, healthy, safe, and pleasant environment in which to live. Thank you for your time.
All right, I'd like to invite Keaton up, and then afterwards we'll have Charles Jeter.
Hello. Dear Mayor Medina and Council, my name is Keaton Epps, and I am a local here in Cortez, Colorado. I run the Feller Buncher for Independent Log Company, and I recently got to cut a fire line to stop a wildfire with the Feller Buncher amongst other firefighting equipment. This is a good area to have a company like this that is ready and prompt and has a lot of the equipment and experience used to stop wildfires and help preserve our forests. When we are not fighting wildfires, we work in local forests to do fuel mitigation and remove hazardous trees to make our forests healthy and safe for recreation. I'm very happy with the job this company has provided me and hope to see this company thrive for years to come. Thank you for your time in hearing why I support Independent Log Company.
Thank you. All right, we'll hear from Charles Jeter, and then Jay Widger will be next.
I'm just getting out my notes. I know that I didn't know whether or not my was going to be done. So this is just the code we're talking about right now. And I'm handing out as part of the local record if anybody's curious about it. We'll let everyone have notes. Okay? And if anybody wanting extra copies, I'll give them to you right now. My name is Charles Jeter, and my gun club, Four Corners Rifle and Pistol, has a facility on Lebanon Road, right up the road. So I'm familiar with this area pretty well. Grew up here, came here from rural California, 1978. I left, went in the military, and after coming back about 2013 or so, we've got some property in Montezuma County. My kids love it here. One of my kids wants to be a firefighter. It's directly in my interest that these people have their specific center of excellence, and that's what I call it, approved unanimously by the City Council. There's several reasons why. First off, it diversifies away from tourism. I argue against a land swap because the smart growth ability of this location is the walkability. It's unmatched. I did several surveys which are in the packet that I handed out. 9 to 34 minutes walk for people who might, let's just say your sample population is Navajo veterans, who are fantastic and fearless when it comes to firefighting when they're trained in the United States Navy or Marine Corps. That's every Marine and every sailor is a firefighter. I've said that on the public record before. It increases community resilience. The walkability is so easy, it's about 9 minutes. I measured it. One of these gentlemen here has a place up there. He probably could walk it about 15. That means that people could come off the res as a veteran and have the same location that they could live in right close to the resource centers. There's two in Montezuma County. There's one that's private and one that's actually the county, okay? That's important. Even if they were homeless, there's a homeless shelter that's 15 minutes away, or a homeless building, whatever they're doing there. This addresses the bigger picture of environmental impact by reducing sprawl, and that is not to be underestimated. In fact, Commissioner Candelaria, I think, is here, or he has been, and he's probably heard me talk about these two studies I have in my hands. One of them, impact of urban sprawl on species richness of plants, butterflies, gastropods, that's snails, and birds. Not only built up area matters, okay? I'm going to read just a real quick, this is a 2015 study, so some of the folks who might have been retired might not have actually seen that. I know there's an ecologist who actually was commenting on the record. Advanced stages of urbanization usually cause a loss of native specialists in favor of a few urban exploiters. At high levels of urbanization, species richness generally decreases. Okay, so what that means, I'm going to go ahead and say one more quote. There's a shift towards breeding generalists. Specialists, especially ground nesting birds, tend to be highly sensitive to urban development. So what we're talking about here, there's 3 studies that they quote, actually 5, inside this peer-reviewed study. Birds nesting on the ground are disturbed once you start urbanization. That means that basically you've already got these things happening, and you're going to go ahead and see that impact. I also have economic impacts and things like that. I haven't been looking at the clock, it's 9 seconds. But basically, this is a place that I think it applies, we need to have it. It's quiet because it's been dead. We need jobs. We need careers. We need people's careers that they can
Thank
come
you,
and do.
Charles.
Thank you.
All right, we're going to hear from Jay and then Eric Reeser.
Thank you, everyone, and good evening, Mayor and City Council. Bear with me, I had to write this down real quick tonight, so. I'm here in support for independent log and their industry today. They've helped support many things in not just my life, but also in their families. They're building something every day, and it's not just for an industry, it's for a family. It's a family-owned company, and they want to make it keep growing for not just themselves. They want to make it grow for the future of their family. And yes, I am a little biased because his son and my daughter have one. And they invited me into their family, and it shows how much integrity they have. And they've shown me from where I was at a job before to doing the wildland fires with them. And it showed me how much more we can have. They not only put me in just one little location, they've had me go around the country and fighting many fires with them. I've been with them for about 4 years. I thought it would be an easy job. It's not. They've given us opportunities to run heavy equipment, and you see the heavy equipment and you don't realize you're not just running equipment, you're protecting many people. And you're supporting the families of the other communities, which we get to see for just a drop in the hat. We move timber, and it's not just for one thing, it's for many. They help build homes, they create heat for homes in the winter, and they do very much. So I would like to show my support for them in the growing of the future. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, we'll hear from Eric Reeser, and then the last person I have on my list is Stan Packett.
Hi, my name is Eric Reeser. I am a resident of North Chestnut, above the proposed property. You know, the character of the applicant and the nature of the business is not in question. What's in question is the zoning regulations that the town has in place. Residential districts are to secure for the persons who reside there a comfortable, healthy, safe, and pleasant environment in which to live, sheltered from incompatible and disruptive activities. The noise that that place will produce, the dust that that place will produce, is not compatible with a residential district. The commercial zoning of the property as it is meant as a buffer between the residential and the industrial zoning. It says in the code, it says noise at any point on the bounding property of any use in any district shall the sound pressure level of any use, operation, or plant produce noise of such intensity as to create a nuisance or deterrent or detract from the use or enjoyment of the adjacent property. Industrial use next to a residential use is not compatible. There were a bunch of things that were brought up. Was the existing zone adapted in error? No. Has there been a change of character in the area? No. Is there a need for the proposed rezoning? No. Are the proposed uses compatible with the surrounding uses? No. Will there be adverse impacts? Yes. All those are part of the zoning code. I ask that the council deny the application to rezone this property and to issue a special use permit due to incompatibility. There are better places for this company to operate. Thank you.
All right, I'd like to invite Stan Packett, and then anyone else too that didn't get a chance to sign up but does want to speak? Susan, I see ya.
Hello, my name is Stan Hackett. I've been in Cortez my whole life. Talk about the noise. When you have loggers up in the woods and they fall a tree, one of the first things that happens when that tree hits the ground is the deer come out and eat the leaves off the tops of it. I live on Chestnut Street. It's tucked away inside of a lot of other residential buildings with other trees surrounding it, all kinds of stuff around. When the races are going on out of the track, I still hear the cars. They're going around the track, pretty loud in my window. So the noise is going to happen wherever you're at, no matter what you're doing. And these people are right off the edge of the highway. The logging company ain't going to make that much noise. Any more than the highway is going to. I am in favor of the logging company having the property and rezoning. Thank you.
Thank you. All right, Susan?
Good evening. Susan Chemnitz, 511 South Cedar Street. And I would like to say that I was pretty excited to hear that we might get an industrial company working here, because you've heard me already say we need better jobs here. We don't need more motels, more restaurants that don't give us any good jobs. But I have a big problem with this. The people wanted this code. They wanted that piece of property to be commercial, and the intent was to put a buffer between the residential and whatever else and the industrial. So I would ask, please, please, don't change this or approve a special use for it. And also, I would like to say, please, if there's any way to work with this company to get a place for them to put where they actually belong, because they don't belong there. Thank you.
Thank you. Would anyone else like to get up and speak? Great. Thanks, Darren.
My name is Darren Dennison. I am talking too close to this. I am from Cortez, Colorado. I am very familiar with Independent Logging Company. I have known Tony before he was a track star, and he was a phenomenal endurance athlete. However, I do think for the city of Cortez, I feel like we're going in a fantastic direction with the city of Cortez, and I don't want to miss the opportunity to diversify our tax base. And I think this is an opportunity to include independent log in the city of Cortez. It's a multi-million-dollar business. It's between 50 and 60 employees on the startup phase. These are good paying jobs, between $20 and $30 an hour. And I feel like Tony would be a really good neighbor if there were concerns along the trail, along the way, if he is passed. Not just because it's a rule, but because he's that type of person. I know people have spoken on his character, but he is a great businessman, and he does run a very clean operation, and I would like to see him included. He will stay within this area, I do know that, but I would like to see him stay within the city of Cortez. And it is tough to find a place that, you know, he'll fit perfectly in, but I believe he fits perfectly where he is, and I believe he'll be a good neighbor. And I don't want to miss the opportunity to include him in our tax base, because it's a great business that provides a lot of dollars, and a lot of people you know, for a higher income job. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. All right, have we heard from everyone who wants to speak? Yeah, I want to thank everyone who got up and spoke. I know that's not easy to get in front of everyone and share your opinions, and so I really appreciate you all being here and also being willing to share how you feel about this and for our public comment. So we're going to take a 5-minute break just so we can have a bio break, and kind of then we'll reconvene for our discussion portion, and we'll invite the applicant back up if, for any last comments. So. Okay, so we'll come back at 10 p.m. Thank you. And we have restrooms at both ends if anyone doesn't know where they are.
And that's what I want to talk to you about the crosswalk. At this point, is there anything else we need or could or should?
It's in the budget, we're just hearing that we have to vote, public hearing and everything on the budget, but we had a meeting Saturday and everyone's supporting it and stuff, so, whenever it goes into public comment, that was so cute. It'd be good to get public comment on it as always from other neighbors.
Alright, so should I keep
Yeah,
your
I'll let Ryan can let Laura know because they're both through the school board. Yeah, but I don't have capacity for it. Yeah, so I'm hoping this year for sure.
Need help if you just pull this over. Okay.
All right, we're going to continue with the meeting. I'm actually going to leave the public comment open section open to hear from if there are any other folks that we want to hear from. All right.
My name's Roanne Kinsler, and I live in Montezuma County, and I oppose changing the zoning. Thank you. I would have just said the same thing some of the other ones had said, but I want to be on the record.
Thank you. All right, would anyone else like to comment?
My name is Marilyn Zion. I live in the city of Cortez, and I just want to be on record that I don't oppose the logging company business at all, but I oppose rezoning and I oppose the conditional use permit. I think it's the wrong location. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Nellie Zimmerman, and I live in the Carpenter Trail area, and I oppose changing the zoning.
All right, thank you.
I'm Paul Sterneman, a long-term resident of Cortez, and I oppose the rezoning or the conditional use permit.
Thank you. All right, have we heard from everyone? All right, we'll go ahead and close the public comment section and then re-invite the applicants if you have any last-minute things you'd like to add, and then we can move into council discussion and questions we may have.
Oh, I'd just like to a little bit go over the noise again. You know, it wasn't something off of our phone. We had actually purchased a high-quality decimal reader. And so that paper gave every points where we had done our tests. But also earlier that I had slipped my mind is, you know, there's other alternatives. Quieter exhaust, electric. I mean, you know, we could be down there making no noise. The noise that was already, the levels that was presented is the highway's way more loud. And Lebanon too, you know. And we understand, you know, we'd like to express to the Carpenter group, you know, we are concerned for them too. I mean, we would want to be good neighbors and do our due diligence in trying to be as quiet as we can. I mean, we all got to get along and try to find a solution.
I just wanted to say one thing. This is just currently happening. In 2020, right now currently 906 North Market Street is on the market. It's listed for $72,000. And in 2020, the same property sold for $50,000. So I would say this is a pretty current thing indicating, and even with all the controversy in the newspapers and everything, this is a pretty good indication that I don't really think the property is going to be affected. But thank you.
All right. Okay, so we'll start with any questions council has for either the planning department or the applicant or each other. Nancy, would you mind coming up? Yeah, because I'm going to have some questions for you. All right, who wants to start? Nancy, I have a question about in a commercial zone, is storing heavy equipment like the trucks and the wildfire equipment they have, is that conditional or permitted? I was looking at.
I've got. Let me get my code.
Okay, I see equipment rental, repair, storage, and wholesaling is permitted. And then there was a different one that I didn't know how you'd interpret. Contractor storage / equipment yard, that's a conditional.
Yeah. I'll have to look it up. The code is not always easy and clear cut to determine, and it oftentimes, as maybe you've heard tonight, it takes us a while to actually figure out from the staff standpoint what is the correct interpretation. Some of the things I think we looked at, you know, parking lot, trucks or trailers is considered a permitted use in the commercial zone. Not really sure if it's the same. And then the equipment storage yard. I had already highlighted everything. Oh, somebody. Equipment rental, repair, storage, wholesaling, accessory is permitted. So that's equipment storage. There are some other uses that appear to be conditional that are close to it. So I can't exactly, so tell me, ask the question again. Equipment storage?
Yeah, I guess where would equipment like wildland fire, trucks and equipment fall under?
Well, if you, the first cut answer would be it does appear that that would be a permitted use.
Okay.
But there's a lot in here, and I'd like some time to review that and make sure we've caught everything.
Okay.
Anything else?
Does anyone else have questions for Nancy? No? Okay. Go ahead.
So, Mary Lancaster, Tony. I think we've heard from I don't know how many people in this room. There's probably 50, 60 people in here. I would say that 40 of them said how great you are, how great your business is, and your family that's here, your sons that are here, the people that work for you that are here. Everything that they've said, I think, is true. You have been awesome through this entire process. You could have been the opposite. You could have been really nasty to city council and to the staff and things like that, and that's definitely not the case. And the one thing that I think has been touched on a couple of different places, but not really defined well, is the fact that as a city council person, I'm not only concerned with things that happen today, but things that also happen in the future. And so what my concern is just the precedent that it could set, going from commercial to industrial. We have a lot of commercial property in this town, and I firmly believe that there are developers, not necessarily here in the room, but people who are watching this thing particularly closely. And what they're doing is they're saying, well, if the city made an exception for someone who bought, property as commercial and it turned into an industrial, then they potentially could do that for us too. And it puts us, I think, as the city in a pretty serious bind. I agree with a lot of the things that were said regarding what the water said about wildlife. I live in the middle of downtown Cortez. I've got like 5 40-pound raccoons running around my yard. I've got like 10 skunks. I've got deer, rubbing on my trees, things like that. I'm not sure that eventually would adversely affect wildlife. I'm not sure about noise. I'm not, it seems that some people say, yeah, that's an issue. Some folks are saying, no, that's not an issue. My biggest concern is just the precedent that it's going to set for us moving forward as the city, so that anything that's commercial and a developer or someone decides, I would like to see that become industrial, that kind of becomes a thing that we're known for doing. And that makes me really uncomfortable when I think about commercial properties downtown, things like that. So that's where I'm coming from. Again, I think that we've heard from so many people that you guys are great people and you have a great business. I fully support the idea of your business. When you guys came to us before and we did switch a piece of property from commercial to industrial, if you remember, both sides of that were already industrial. So I'm hoping with the 6 properties that you have, one of those other properties that is currently industrial can hopefully fulfill some of that need, and that this could stay as commercial. There were a lot of impassioned voices today, and a lot of people said, including you as the applicant, this isn't going to deter you, and I believe that. I believe that you're going to figure out a way to make this happen. I just don't think that going from commercial to industrial is the right move for me as a city council person, thinking about the future of the city and things that could happen, downtown or who knows, to any piece of commercial property. I've thought a lot about this. More than you would know. Those are my thoughts on it. I really respect you and I respect your business. I think you have a great family, and seems like the people who work for you are really stand-up people as well, but that's where I'm coming from. Sure.
Mr. Kiefhofer, this is off. I just wanted to say that you're there to protect those concerns, and it's a case-by-case basis. And so if those issues were to come into play, again, a commercial property came in here and wanted to be industrial, they would be in the same exact position me and Tony are in, and you guys are that protective layer. So I would encourage you to just look at the issues, look at the case at hand, and that's all I would say. Thank you.
I think Councilman Kefauver read my notes, but, you know, I don't think Mary and Tony's character are certainly not in question. And I have no doubt Tony will run a conscientious business. However, someday Tony will retire. And when he retires, that property may not remain as, it's going to remain as is. So if it's zoned industrial, when he retires, the next person coming in may not be as environmentally sound as Tony and Mary are. So as a councilman, I don't look at today, I look at tomorrow, and the next day, and the next day, and 20 years from now. And 20 years from now, if we get that Tony's going to retire, Mary's going to retire, they're going to sell that property, and the person buying, are they going to be as environmentally friendly? And as she said, it's up to us to make sure that they abide by the rules. The rules change when we change property zoning from commercial to industrial. So I'm looking at tomorrow, and I will say I was by your place today. There was a deer standing in the middle of your yard. And environmentally, I really believe that you would do a good job. And I believe that you would watch over our Carpenter area, our Ridge Drive area. I truly believe that. I'm worried about the next guy. And as you said, it's my responsibility, or it will be the council's. It won't be mine. It will be the council's responsibility at that time to make sure that they don't violate the property owners. But now we've given them more, a broader area now. And now they have a broader zone that they can work in. And we can only do so much. And I just want to tell you that your character is not in question here. The use of that property, I have thought about this long and hard. And I've been in that drive, I've lived here my entire life. I know exactly what you're talking about. In fact, I ran a speaker wire from the drive-in up to Ridge Drive to listen to the movies. And statute of limitations is over. I really want your business to succeed. I really want it to succeed, but I'm worried about tomorrow.
Can I address you, Mr. Sparrow?
Absolutely.
Mr. Sparrow, one thing maybe you're not aware of, maybe you are, Anthony Moore is 52 years old, and Ryan Moore is 32 years old, and he is a generational, he is involved in this company, he has a vested interest. Dax Moore, Dax, how old are you? 23. Dax is 23 years old, and after him is Noah Moore. We are a generational company. Have confidence in us. We are here to stay. This is our hometown. We've wanted to get back here for a long time. We're super excited. We are here to stay. Be confident in that.
Well, and I'd like to say, see, even just changing it from, you know, I've sit here and heard everybody in the audience, you know, and they're also saying that, you know, to deny the land use permit. Well, that's, again, you know, you as a police officer for a lot of years, did you go without a police station? Where are you going to take your guy when you catch him, you know? So that's the same with us, you know. We have contracts with the Forest Service, you know. I am the biggest wildland firefighter in Region 2. That's New Mexico, Utah, Arizona, and Colorado. I've won numerous awards for putting out fire. You know, that's the thing is the paper is getting ready to get to our side here pretty quick. We've already met with the newspaper. There are going to be a lot of articles coming out about independent log company. The community's going to get real familiar. So it's like I said, I'm not quitting. We're going to be right back here again. We are going to be here again. It's, you know, oh, so I was wanting to go in on the industrial. So, you know, you have to have a land use permit that runs with the property. So it doesn't matter whether it's commercial or industrial. The only thing that the planning has told me that I can't do on that property is firewood. But even, you know, so when we run it, when we come back and, you know, leave it commercial, you know, I'm still able to do everything on that property. And correct me if I'm not wrong, if I'm wrong, Nancy, or the lawyer, Pat. You know, everything that we're applying, we can do it minus the firewood. Well,
You know, how are you gonna take, that's a hand and, that's a glove and a glove. How are you gonna take one glove off and not the other? What are you gonna do with the firewood on the cleanup? All these guys are worried about all the cleanup and the fire hazard. Well, if you come in with a 40-foot log and you're doing a 30-foot house, there's a 10-foot piece there that you gotta process it into firewood and get it to the community to burn in their homes. And that's a clean, efficient way to get rid of it. So what am I gonna do with that 10-foot piece now? It's been suggested to haul it over to my other property. You wanna talk about traffic exposure? I mean, that's is not economical. It's like, take that 10-foot piece right there and process that right there on the land. So back to whether it's commercial or industrial, it runs with a land use permit. So that's how the that's how the city of Cortez regulates it. So even if the applicant, so you know, I've done this a long time, even in other counties. You know, if I mess up, the city has the power to yank that land use permit. That shuts the whole operation down. If there gets to be too loud, air pollutant, all this stuff that you've heard, all them concerns, that's easily taken care of because it's done with the land use. So even if I sell out next week and it's industrial, the person has to come in and get a land use permit again. So whatever they apply for, and then they break the code or they break the rule, they get their land use pulled. So it doesn't matter whether it's industrial or it's commercial. It only what would fit our need. So we buy the land. We didn't buy the land. At first, I was against zoning it industrial. We sit there with the planning and zoning, and I says, well, why not just leave it commercial? No, because it didn't fit our requirements. So it doesn't matter. You know, right now, what we proposed in our packet, that's what we're going to do. Whether it's tonight or next time that we're going to be back, that we will readdress this again. If the council votes no, I'm going to reapply again. But next time I'm going to have a council for myself. I'm going to hire an attorney. We're going to get to the bottom of this. We are not quitting. And all the rest, there shouldn't be no concerns. I'm not leaving here tonight, whether I lose or not. I'm coming right back. I mean, I've already made up my mind, and I was on a roller coaster ride for a while. Because it's like, well, maybe do sell it. Well, no, it's the perfect location. We are first responders, and we are going to have a place to put our equipment and do what we need to do. And so for the vote, whether it's industrial, the land use runs with it, and whether we mess up or the next people, you yank their land use permit. So hopefully the council will vote in our favor. Thank you.
All right, does any other counselor have a discussion? Do you have any questions, or because I want to say some things? Yeah. So I just want to share some of my thoughts. What we're doing tonight is considering whether this property absolutely needs to be rezoned. Going over the requirements that Nancy mentioned for a rezoning. She mentioned that we do have other vacant lots in our industrial zoning, and although that this property is probably the most ideal one in there, it's not extremely pressing that, oh, we need another industrial parcel. We're not to that point yet in our development of our community or development of industrial purposes. Let me reference my notes. If we do deny the rezoning, that doesn't mean that nothing can happen on that land, and that doesn't mean that most of your business operations can't happen at all. The reason that I feel like a conditional use permit is more appropriate with industrial rezoning, if we were to allow that, that would mean in the future, without having to go through this process or alert the neighbors, a temporary asphalt plant could happen, an animal pound or kennel could happen, and I'm referring to like noise and impact to neighbors. An electrical station of high voltage could happen as a permitted use, machinery and heavy sales of heavy sales and rental could happen, and that's just a few of about 30 or more permitted uses there. So, you know, like council members Kieffer and Sproul alluded to, or mentioned about the future, is like we have to think about the impact that this is going to have long term. The decisions we make today have impact for 50 years. You know, we're dealing with the decisions that were made long before even some of us were born. I also think that it's just not a good precedent to set, because that's going to be directly impactful to the residents in perpetuity, and that we do need that buffer. Let me see. And the benefit of a conditional use permit is we get to hear a specific plan, and we get to hear the mitigating efforts for each use. And that comes with each specific application and each specific property owner. All right, any other thoughts? David, please. Oh, sorry, Arlena.
I just would like to add that, first of all, we represent all of the citizens. We represent the community as a whole. So that's a big consideration right there. Beyond that, I think it's been made aware that, or we have made aware that we generally support your business, your desire, and certainly we can use more good jobs. So it's not a personal gain. We want to do what's right, but we have to consider the majority when we make our decisions, regardless of what they are. So we do our best.
Thank you.
Certainly. Yeah.
If you do come to the mic and.
I just wanted to say, I don't know what the population of Cortez is right now, but it's 8,000 or somewhere in there. And as much as this was put out in the paper, and as much as this was put in the Durango Herald and everywhere, every person that had an issue with it was more than welcome to come here, and you see the results. So I think that that's a good thing to keep in mind.
Thank you.
Pat, I have a question. And it might be a silly question, but I just want to make sure. As a quasi-judicial body, are we allowed to make a decision based on what ifs? So like, if we do this, what if this happens in the future? Or are we only allowed to make a decision based on the criteria set forward, like in accordance with like what Nancy showed us?
I guess the short answer is yes, you can. Part of what you're deciding is whether or not the uses allowed in a particular rezoning district are uses that you think are compatible with the certain property. Now, many of those uses would require additional public hearings and additional permits, but some uses are already permitted. And so when you look at the list in Chapter 3 in the chart, if you change the zoning, you obviously change some of the possible uses. And I think there's been a lot of discussion and testimony about the particular use that this applicant is wanting, but the zoning becomes permanent unless somebody comes out in at a later date and reapplies for a new zoning change. So that permanent zoning would run with the land, and essentially it becomes whatever any owner chooses to do with the property, if it's an allowed use, or in our language, it's permitted, but it doesn't require a permit. It's an allowed use. Then they could shut down the log operation, or a new owner could shut down the log, and I refer to the log operation as the uses that the applicant has requested. And they could do another use that is permitted in the industrial zone district without coming back before the planning department, planning commission, and city council for approval. And they would have the opportunity to apply for additional uses that are allowed by permit or a conditional permit in that zone district. So you do have the right, and I would say the responsibility when you're doing a rezoning to consider all of the possible uses, because you can't limit the use to only the applicant's desired use. So it's certainly something you can look at.
I was going to ask, Nancy, can you put those three criteria back up that are the requirements to change the zoning?
The policy?
Yeah. So I've looked at this. I think that those are what I've looked at mostly as part of this. I don't think that rezoning, upzoning to industrial, I don't think it meets those criteria. I do think that the project that you're proposing can work both through a mixture of the permitted and conditional uses as a commercial property. So that's kind of when I'm looking at that. I'm concerned about the future of all allowable industrial uses, and I don't see anything in those that would say that I don't believe that this was zoned improperly. I think as a buffer to the residences nearby, I think that commercial is the appropriate zoning there. But I do think that your project, both through a mix of the permitted commercial uses as well as some conditional uses, I do think that there is a way to make it work. So that is kind of where I am on that. I don't think that it meets the criteria to rezone, to upzone to industrial.
Well, and I do want to remind the public that we are not against rezoning. We did rezone another parcel in that industrial park that made sense to upzone to industrial. It happens to be owned by the same property owners of the applicants. All right, any other thoughts from council, or do we have a motion? Anyone want to make a motion?
I'd be curious, like, that conversation, like, through the mixes, like, of commercial, that would just be, again, continuing conversation with the planning and zoning department.
That's our next.
Or is that the next one? That's the next one,
Yeah.
okay.
So everything that is in our packet, if, that we have turned over to the planning and zoning, that they turned over to you, if we can do everything in that packet, it's still a commercial level. I don't care. I don't really care if it's commercial, but if I can't do everything in that packet, and I need to do everything in that packet, I'm not hauling a 10-foot piece of firewood all the, that little short distance, because we've heard about the traffic, we've heard about the problem. These guys have already said it. Well, what about fire hazard? Well, you got to get rid of that piece. So if I can do it under commercial, great. But if I can't, we're going to be right back here. because I'm not given an inch. I bought the land, it's my land, I have the right to do what I want to do on that land. And it's just like these guys, if they want to mow their lawn, well, I might look up there and hear their lawnmower, and I don't like that. Well, we got to live and get along. You know, I'm not going to go up there and ask them to not mow their lawn. For one, that'd be in violation of the city.
And we'll address the conditional use permit in the next agenda item.
So if it can all be done, if it all can be met in the commercial, then great. But, and we'd like to move forward tonight. We want to get this, you know, like I said, 2.5 years, you know,
Okay.
it's.
Well, we'll make a decision on the rezoning, and then we'll move to the conditional use permit part of the agenda. Oh, yeah.
Madam Mayor, I'd like to make a motion that council deny ordinance 1322 on series 2023 with the following findings. Number one, the existing zoning is consistent with the general area and not adopted in error, and the proposed industrial uses are not compatible with the open space and residential uses in the area and may not be able to be adequately mitigated.
Second.
Motion made by Kiefhoffer and seconded by DeHaven.
Kiefhoffer. Rainey.
Aye.
DeHaven.
Aye.
Yazzie.
Aye.
Dobry.
Aye.
Spruill.
Yes.
Medina.
Aye. All right, we're moving on to 5D on our agenda, resolution number 21, series 2023.
Okay, I'm looking a little bit to our attorney here. Our discussions on what ifs is that we have a conditional use permit application for uses that do not fit with the commercial zoning. So we don't believe it can proceed with, at this time, in this manner.
Do we need to continue it then, or?
Madam Mayor, I think that in order to process a conditional use permit in the commercial zone district, it would require a new application, because the application that was submitted was based on the assumption that it would be industrial zoning. And I don't believe the staff has reviewed a conditional use permit in the commercial zone district for this property. Obviously, a lot of the application materials may be very similar, but I think to ask the staff to opine on the uses right here and right now would be a difficult ask, because they're going to need to compare each requested use, and right now we're not sure what those requested uses are for the conditional use. So if you went forward, and I don't want to speak for the staff, but I'm assuming that they would recommend denial because they haven't reviewed a conditional use in the commercial zone district.
Does that answer your question, Nancy? Is that what you were getting at?
Yes.
And that would require full application, full first reading, second reading.
No.
Well,
No.
I think the Planning Commission would have to review it, because they also did not review an application for a conditional use in the commercial zone district either. And I mean,
Well, and I would like staff to be able to work with the applicant to make sure that they can accomplish everything they can within a conditional use permit, and that be presented to us in full.
With having to go back to planning and zoning and submit a whole application?
Revised application.
Yeah, will that save on like fees and stuff? Because I know that, okay.
The discussion we had was if you were to withdraw the application for now, reconfigure it, we'll renotice it, put it in front of Planning Commission, let the neighbors see it again, and bring it back forward if. This is do you want me to read it, Mary? Thank you for all your consideration and time working with Independent Log Company on the rezoning and conditional use permit of 1050 Lebanon Road, Cortez, Colorado, 81321. At this time, we would like to withdraw our conditional use application, resolution number 21, series 2023, and revise the conditional use that complies with current commercial zoning. Independent Log Company would like to resubmit the revised conditional use for your review. She asked, it says at the October meeting. I guess my concern is that we can't state that date certain since I don't have a revised application yet.
Okay. So then do we need to make a motion or?
Well, I think based on that correspondence from the applicant, they have withdrawn the application, so you don't need to make a motion at this time. They can resubmit a revised application, and the staff would process it and get it on the Planning Commission schedule as soon as possible.
Okay. And, you know, I apologize that it's going to take a long, you know, it's going to draw this out and you're going to have to go back to planning and zoning and then it's going to come to us. But we want to do this right and we want to make sure that the neighbors are aware and clear and that you guys are clear of what is going to happen on that property with the commercial zoning. So the process is lengthy, but we want to do it right. So, all right. Okay, so we don't need to make a motion on that, so then we'll move on to 6 on our agenda, unfinished business. And I want to thank you all for being here, and we hope that you stay engaged and that you engage in all the other decisions that we make here. All right, 6 is unfinished business. We have none, so 7 is new business. 7A is resolution number 23, series 2023. Nancy, is this the same property owner as the one that we continued?
Which one? Sorry.
The, oh, okay.
Oh, yeah, they're both on Sligo. I got confused also.
Oh, yeah, I was mixing them up, okay.
Right, this is a different address, very different application. The request here is to consolidate 3 existing lots. It's 817 North Sligo into one parcel. They're currently zoned R1, residential single family, combining all 3 lots. One of the lots is currently developed with a single-family dwelling, while the other 2 parcels are currently vacant. Like I said, it's zoned R1 single-family. The applicants really just want to have 1 lot rather than 3 with their home on it. The resultant total lot will be 30,274 square feet. The applicable land use section is 6.09, which allows for replats and plat amendments to be processed when one of the purposes is to vacate 1 or more lot lines between 1 or more adjacent lots or parcels. So that's the provision that you would be reviewing this under. It does not create any new additional lots. We did send this out for agency comment. The only response came from the GIS coordinator who has no concerns with the lot consolidation. He states that 817 North Sligo will remain as the address, and staff is recommending that you approve the amended plat or approve resolution number 23, series 2023, which would approve the amended plat and consolidate the lots. Easy one.
Anybody got anything? I'll make a motion.
Yeah, I don't have any questions.
Madam Mayor, I'll make a motion that council approve resolution number 23, series 2023, a resolution approving the amended plat for lots 3, 4, and the west half of 5 Morningside addition to the town of Cortez, Colorado, creating lot 4A with one condition.
Second.
Motion made by Yazzie and seconded by Dobry.
Spruill,
Yes.
Yazzie,
Aye.
Rainey,
Aye.
Dobry,
Aye.
Kiefhoffer,
Aye.
DeHaven,
Aye.
Medina.
Aye. All right, thank you, Nancy. Okay, we're moving on to 7B. 7B is Resource Central quote for turf replacement program services, presented by Brian Peckins, our Director of Public Works.
Madam Mayor, City Council, hopefully this is an easy one too, but
Thanks for waiting all night.
yeah, you're welcome. Public Works search for turf replacement program development service providers in the local area as well as elsewhere in Colorado. The Colorado Water Conservation Board references Resource Central as an approved partner and resource for TRP services. For turf replacement program services comparison, Public Works contacted Resource Central, Montrose County, Plant Select, CSU Extension, EPA WaterSense, and reviewed information for the town of Erie and the city of Lafayette. Resource Central's proposal consisted of a one-time $10,000 development fee and a $3,000 participant fee for an estimated 30 applicants. Their scope of work is attached. After initial development, Resource Central's annual cost will be around $10,000 or less. Grant funding will cover $5,000, and the City of Cortez will provide $5,000 of budget or in-kind funding. Resource Central's proposed cost of $10,000 was the same cost Montrose County budgeted for in-house program administration. Following citizen requests and the intent of the Water Conservation Plan, Public Works is planning to develop and implement a turf replacement program. Public Works applied for and received a $40,000 turf replacement program grant from the Colorado Water Conservation Board for development and implementation. Since Public Works has staffing limitation, Public Works conducted a turf replacement program service provider search and chose Resource Central as the best option for that task. The turf replacement program grant requires a dollar-for-dollar match. As part of Public Works' turf replacement program grant planning process, the Water Department set aside $40,000 in our 2023 budgeted funds for the grant match. Public Works plans on providing inspection services, Parks and Recs plans on providing landscaping and irrigation improvement services. There's a distribution deadline of June 30th, 2025. Public Works staff recommends contracting with Resource Central to provide turf replacement program development and administrative services for a period not to exceed June 30th, 2025. And just some of the, I think you've got the scope of work attached, but for the one-time program fee, Resource Central will provide a marketing toolkit for the City of Cortez, an 800 number with customer service support for residents, creation of a landing page on Resource Central's website, a detailed process outline for all participants, a list of appropriate approved plants and materials and that sort of thing. So that's what we're buying, and we think it's a kind of a win-win for the city, and so we're asking for your approval of the using Resource Central to establish the program.
And this program would start in 2024, you said?
We're hoping that, yeah, we would get it up and running by spring of next year.
Is Resource Central the only people that do this?
No. Well, they are the only people that are close to our area that I found that provide these services. They also provide the turf replacements and everything else, the whole turnkey operation, but they cannot do that down here because they're further removed from where they're located at up in the Denver area. So they offered to provide, what we need to do is develop the turf replacement program. We haven't developed yet. And they provide those services, and I have found very few people that will provide those type of services.
So this wasn't put out for bid?
No, it was not put out to bid, but it's below the dollar amount where we need to produce a bid for this. It's, like I say, with the grant, it'll be $5,000 out of our pocket for $5,000 match out of the grant. So it's below that $10,000 requirement for bidding. It's where we can get council approval for this. And I think that resolution is attached in the back of the packet.
And also Resource Central already does, I think it's like 14 other municipalities throughout Colorado, so.
The closest size we could find that they do is maybe Erie or Lafayette. They charge Lafayette $17,000 for their services. Oh, sorry, the closest I could find for towns there our size that they do are like Lafayette and Erie up in the Denver area, but they're quite a bit bigger. They're a non-profit group, so they don't, they're not really profiting off this. They get grant funded too through the Colorado Water Conservation Board, so they're kind of passing on their resources at the same time, giving us a cost benefit for using them.
So I just had a question about the bid process piece, because that resolution does require bids for supplies, materials, and equipment in excess of $10,000. So I don't think it matters that half of it's grant funded. That I think $10,000 hits that limit, and that was just my question for the city manager and attorney. I just want to make sure we're
That's
following
absolutely
the appropriate
correct.
process.
So honestly, right now, based upon what we know, I would recommend the council shoot this down and do not vote for it.
Well, I will make a motion that we do not authorize the city manager to enter in a contract with Resource Central for turf replacement program because we need to meet our bid requirements.
Second.
Motion made by Dobry and seconded by Ozzie.
Yazzie.
Aye.
Dobry.
Aye.
Kiefhoffer.
Aye.
DeHaven.
Aye.
Spruill.
Yes.
Rainey.
Aye.
Medina.
Aye. Thank you. We appreciate your work. We just got to make sure we're doing the right process.
Okay, thank you.
All right, we're going to move on to 7C on the agenda. Sorry, it's past my bedtime. City Council Representative for Mesa Verde Country. Do you want me to say something, or?
Oh, no, sorry, I saw Rachel walking across, so I just want to make sure we didn't cross wires. So, Mayor and Council, this is simply a request to make a change to the council appointment to the Mesa Verde Country Board. Currently, Mesa Verde Country receives 80% of the collected city lodgers tax each year, and as a result of that, we have a member of the Cortez City Council as well as a city staff member that are designated to represent the city on that board. Currently, Mayor Medina is serving on that. This is simply a request to appoint Councilmember Dobry in her stead.
And then I just want to thank Councilmember Dobry for taking my place. I'm still trying to balance it all, and I just realized that this is just, it's too much for me to serve on another board and also be your mayor and also have a full-time job and a life. So thank you, Robert, for sacrificing.
I have a real quick question. Would I remain as the alternate if Robert was unable to go to a meeting or not?
That's a good question.
That would be unofficial at this point unless we wanted to make a new motion to that effect. I honestly don't know their bylaws well enough to know if that's even permitted. But I think what could happen is we have Councilmember Dobry as being that designate, and if he, for some reason, cannot make it, I think it is appropriate on an occasional basis just to send somebody else, and that would,
Right.
in this case,
And I
be.
could be the alternate.
Yeah, I'd be happy to not go.
Okay, so I'll change to the alternate, the
Just say
unofficial
I've got
alternate.
plenty going on.
But for our purposes, we just need a clear designation.
Okay.
Does that need to be mentioned in the motion as an unofficial?
No,
alternate?
do not, no,
I
please
won't
no.
do that.
Just
Okay.
very simple. Thank you.
Okay, I'll make a motion that council approve Councilmember Robert Dobry to serve on the board of Mesa Verde Country as the sole representative of the city of Cortez.
Second.
All right, who said
City,
second?
city council, not city of Cortez. We do have 2 representatives. I just wanted to make sure.
City council. Wait.
Oh, it says of the city council.
She said city of Cortez.
I meant city council is what I meant. Thank you.
Okay, motion made by Yazzie and then seconded by, I think I heard someone, was it
Just
Rainey?
call it.
Okay.
DeHaven,
Aye.
Kiefhoffer,
Aye.
Spruill,
Yes.
Dobry,
Aye.
Rainey,
Aye.
Yazzie,
Aye.
Medina.
Aye. All right, 8, draft resolutions, ordinances, we have none. Okay, 9 on our agenda, city attorney report.
No report.
Okay, 10, city manager report.
Mayor and council, in the interest of time, I'd like to forego mine this evening. I'll deliver it in the October meeting.
Okay, thank you, and sorry. Okay, 11, city council committee report, mayor's report on workshop. We did not have one today. All right, other board reports? Dennis? No?
We met on September 15th, the Parks Recreation Advisory Board. We met with Josh Liska about some tree management concerns, and then most of the rest of the time we went on a tour of the park system featuring the South Softball Complex. We talked a little bit about the Pocket Park playgrounds on the south side of town, and we did send out flyers to that neighborhood, and then I walked door to door in each one of those neighborhoods and looked for like bicycles and like plastic toys outside and stuff, and knocked on those houses to make sure that they knew about the parks coming, and it was really great. There were a lot of kids that were really enthusiastic about having good playground equipment in those parks.
All right, and then number 12, other items of business, we have none tonight. 13, public participation. Do we have anyone from the public who'd like to speak? All right, 3 minutes. Yeah, and we did get your handouts. Okay, and make sure your mic's on. Is it green yet?
There we go. Okay.
Thanks, Charles.
So this is Charles. This is good news. So we had a lot of conflict and everything tonight. Obviously, this is part of the thing they're doing with the land use. They're changing that with our land use code that we're going through. My suggestion, what happened was when I was doing my document review for a few other things, I came across the Lexington, Kentucky model, and I wanted to bring it to your attention. I'll probably be talking to planning and zoning about that in the future. Lexington was the first United States city to adopt an urban growth boundary as a growth management tool in 1957. They adopted its first comprehensive plan in 1931, identified a need for long-term sewage plans, yada, yada, but the urban services boundary, those kinds of things, we saw some lines on the map when we were doing this stuff earlier, the county and the city, that fusion in between and trying to figure out the businesses and the innovation that people can have in supporting that business. A lot of that, I think Lexington has it nailed. They've done a really good job. Ocala County, I think is, well, that's the other one that's in the study, actually, excuse me, that's in, there's Ocala, there's Lexington, and I'll send the study off for people to look at on the record. What this does and why I'm interested is that this strategy kills sprawl effectively and has over 40 years of background litigation and policy creation. So that's what's important to you. The threat of sprawl and the financial pressures to agricultural landowners around Lexington led to these designations. These boundaries were coherent. We see a lot of problems over at Board of County Commissioners frequently also. We see a lot of problems because people are just not interpreting this stuff, or they're interpreting it how they want to, or they're interpreting it differently depending on who came in on Tuesday and got pizza. You know, it doesn't matter. The urban service areas and those types of things matter financially to the City Council of Cortez because that's how you plan ahead and have the right water treatment and things like that. So this shares both Common and Cortez and Montezuma County objectives, and in the interest of time, I'm not going to go through the whole thing. You can read it yourself.
Thank you, and thanks for the resources you sent. Okay, anyone else from the public? Otherwise, I'd ask for a motion to adjourn.
Before you adjourn, could I just want to take a minute of your time.
Sure.
I want to give a shout out to the city manager, the mayor, and Brian from the Public Works. We had a citizen say that the stop sign at 4th and Madison was there because of Manaw School. And there was a one-way street in front of Manaw School. It's been that way for years and years and years. The city manager, I was told that by a citizen. I talked to the mayor, who talked to the city manager, who talked to Brian, and there now is no stop sign at 4th and Madison. There is no one-way street in front of Manaw School that no longer exists, and that's the way it should work. And I really appreciate the city doing that kind of a job.
Mayor and Council, Councilmember Spruill, thank you so much for recognizing that, but I feel like we can, I mean, other than Brian and his team, but I would just like to point out that that's just the system working. That's exactly what it should be doing, so thank you.
And I am really proud how responsive we are, and I know
very
we're
proud
always
of that.
trying to improve that, but I like to think that we are as responsive as we've ever been to the public and our citizens, so thank you. All right, motion to adjourn. Who wants to go home?
I motion to adjourn.
Second. All right, motion made by DeHaven and seconded by Dobry.
Kiefhoffer.
Aye.
Rainey.
Aye.
Spruill.
Yes.
Yazzie.
Aye.
Dobry.
Aye.
DeHaven.
Aye.
Medina.
Aye. Thank you, everyone, for sacrificing your night and being here late. Thank you, council, for everything you always do.